Alright, hello again. I have needed to restart my stream. It's doing it again. It's having the bitrate be too high, but I have told it not to do that. I am not sure why Twitch is getting a bitrate that is too high. I've asked it to go lower. Well, it seems like as I go look in the inspector, actually everything's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and go forward. Hello, welcome to today's stream. We are going to be doing some leveling of my Pandaren alt in Mists of Pandaria. It is probably my favorite World of Warcraft expansion, but I don't have an alt of a high enough level to be able to actually do Pandaren content. So that's what we're going to look at repairing today. I'm hoping that leveling binge type situation will get me closer to where I want to be, and I'm hoping that it will go fairly quickly. So this is who we will be queuing with. She's also a rogue though, so maybe we're going to find out that the dungeon queue time is really, really long. I don't know. Let's see. Once again, my mic is blocking part of my keyboard, so I have to just figure it out. Let's see. Oh, I have to be level 15. Okay. Well, it looks like we're going to Westfall instead then. I'm going to drop some stuff in the bank, and then we will continue on. Ooh, I could go grab an XP bonus at the Darkmoon Fair. Maybe we should do that. Is that gonna be way out of the way?
You need something? Be careful.
I don't think the Darkmoon Fair provided an experience bonus.
Go with honor, friend.
Oh! Yeah, no, that's not intentional. Welcome to the stream, Songvale. Thank you for letting me know. We're over here. We're playing WoW. Come on, stream. There you go. Good job. I already, like, stopped and started my stream once, because it was showing that, like, my streaming rate was too high. I have it set to 6,000, but it was set to like 6,004, which Twitch did not appreciate at all.
Hello.
So I have changed it. Is it streaming correctly now? Wow, it's so weird seeing the old UI now. Okay, good. On my, like, preview on my phone where I monitor the chat, it is not appearing correctly. So that is why I was concerned. I am tempted to play Classic more like we were playing Heroic Hardcore, because it was just honestly more fun to kind of like think, oh, okay, I have to care about items and food and bandages and stuff like that.
See you later.
Actually, I should pick up first aid. How are your keybinds different in retail?
Looking for something specific? Light bless you.
I am not sure what I did to earn this, but
Farewell.
thank you. Sure. Can't remember exactly what's different, but whatever I do in class to open all bags only opens the default background and vice versa. Oh, you have one set to B and then the other one set to shift B. Like, you can change that toggle back and forth to which behavior you want to have happen on just B and which one you want to have happen on shift B. I'm going to first aid. Like, somehow my memory is goldfish 3 seconds today. I'm pretty sure first aid is... Oh, first aid's in the cathedral, isn't it? I bet it is. No better place to learn first aid than under the watchful eye of Angela Liefeld at the Cathedral of Light.
Safe travels.
Okay. Yeah, the one thing that I have messed up, like, honestly, even between characters, is whether or not I wanted to auto-loot all items. And I go back and forth. Like, in practice, obviously, I end up, like, auto-looting all items, but I like to put it on manual loot sometimes, so that I can read, like, flavor text, but also, I don't know, I feel like I get more out of the game, like, actually noticing what things I'm picking up, or what things I'm supposed to be picking up from, like, a roleplay immersion perspective, I suppose. Vin. Oh my gosh, it's Vindicator as a child. And also as a girl. How to get balloons. What level am I? Okay, I need 3 levels, so we're gonna have to go back to Westfall. I'm hoping that, like, dungeon queues will be fairly quick. But there's a good chance they won't be because I'm DPS. Yeah. Speaking of which, if you want a dungeon spam with me, if you have like a level 15 in Mists of Pandaria, you could join me.
Good day to you.
I like her dress. I'm sure it looked really nice on a screen with half the resolution and size of my current screen.
See you around.
I feel like I had, like, bars. I did. They're just not turned on this character. Okay. I did not have bars. This printed up here because I had put it on that bar down here, and once I took it off, it disappeared. Okay. Alright. It will take a little bit of time before I'm ready anyway, so you have a few minutes. I think you probably have to be, like, within 5 or 6 levels of me to make sure that we can queue together, because level scaling is not a thing in this era. What do I got? I got healing potions, defense, and strength. I'll do 3 more of these. But it's fun to, like, treat these potions like they're a life and death situation, or preventing death and creating life situation. Also, what do you think of the audio quality? I am using the mic arm in a way that is not really how it's prescribed. It has made the ergonomics of the dresser as a desk situation even worse. But it is what it is. I'm going to take the flight path back to Westfall and continue on the CSI reference quest chain for a while, or at least until I'm 15. I am about to be 13. And then
Well met.
I'm hoping that means it'll only be like,
For the Alliance.
I don't know, far less than an hour, I hope, before we are able to do dungeon queues. What is the most glorious reproduction of my voice you've ever heard? Has it, like, been on stream, or are we referencing something else? Do I need to be sitting more like this? Actually, this might be a slight ergonomic improvement, so maybe I will go ahead and sit more like this. For streaming, I put it where, like, it doesn't max out my frames per second differently when I have to alt tab for a second, so yeah. But I had to mute all of my Discord settings so that lovely people in the chat were not suddenly deeply confused when all of a sudden there was Discord noises going off and their friends weren't talking to them. Oh, that's fair. You might have been using, like, headphones or something, too. Because I can't imagine, like, the current placement and mic that I'm using have got to be the best one that I've ever used. Like, it's exactly where it's supposed to be. Alright, I don't think I'm supposed to have these quests yet. I think I went ahead early because I needed to turn in quests or get the flight path or go to bed and get rested experience or something. So let's see. Seeing as we have no other leads, we may as well chase down the information you got. There are a couple of Riverpaw Knoll camps in the area. Track them down and search for clues. Bring back anything you might sign. Pointless is going to be we have to investigate all our leads. Longshore western from the coast. Okay. So... wow, why... yeah. I don't like it being, like, pulled way up into the left corner like that. We're gonna go north. I have to say, I kind of like this map layout, like, for the information about quests. Like, this looks nice, and definitely was still made in a time in which we, like, full screen to look at our map. Oh.
Not ready yet.
I feel like I want her voice turned down. We will address that in just a moment. It's too loud. Too loud. I do admit that switching between, I guess, 3 devices, but even for streaming it's just 2. But there's so many settings that I change back and forth depending on what I'm doing. I have paused to mess with my microphone once again. Yeah, her voice specifically is really loud and echoing in a way that makes me think it's coming through the mic. Okay, well, hopefully, since I have changed this setting, it won't happen on my next combat. Please let me know if it does, and I appreciate you helping me do all this troubleshooting before I, you know, make any new friends on Twitch. At least my old friends are here to support me, and they do not mind when my audio is funky.
I cannot do that.
Is this better? You are an important part of the stream. I don't think I can, like, make anybody mods, but you will be the first mod whenever I become eligible to have mods. Okay, I'll turn it down more. Not support menu. Audio. I guess, like, it sounds so much like a voice. That might be part of it. That was the wrong button, if you were wondering. I, once again, am woohoo! Level up! Alright. I'm once again experiencing the reality that I think I play without looking at my keyboard, and now that my keyboard's blocked, I'm discovering that that's not really true.
I do not have enough energy.
I'm so glad to discover that, like, the Pandaren animations for things that aren't monk are super cool. I think basically every time I've ever made a Pandaren, I've been like, and I'm gonna be a monk. And I've just missed out. Are, like, unintentionally you're doing this? Like, on habit? Or, like, the game is crashing. What? I did not know that. You know, I'm gonna have played WoW for 20 years tomorrow, taking suggestions on what I should do. For you or for the chat. Or from you or from the chat. To commemorate that. But you still keep learning new stuff about the game.
I do not have enough energy.
I have
That ability is not ready
a
yet.
damage-based frost shock on me.
I cannot do that yet.
I feel like I've used escape there before, but I'm guessing that I haven't, given that you're experiencing an issue. So I think based on the quest text, I am just farming these guys until they drop a clue.
I cannot do that yet. Not enough energy. Not ready yet. I do not have enough energy.
I'm gonna change my keybind real quick so that I can get into stealth. I'm guessing special action. This is probably stealth. Yay! Alright, cool. Ancient Night Elf Hunter, who is level 13. Yes, that is true, but I am also level 13, as you can see. So, if you want to join me in just becoming level 15, I guess a hunter and a rogue is, like, not gonna speed up a dungeon queue for either of us, but... But it is up to you. Otherwise, you're welcome to just hang out and watch the stream and eat Dorito. Songvale prefers Dorito to my preferred Takis. I got a bag of Takis over the weekend that, like, is what I remember Takis being like, where they're super hot, they're super spicy and compelling, but at a certain point, like, literal discomfort stops me from eating them, which is ideal for me, because otherwise I will just eat the whole bag. And it makes me just think I thought I had just gotten tolerant to Takis. But I'm glad to see, no, I just maybe got some not good bags. Alright, so I get the Murloc clue on the first kill. It was very convenient. No, I did not. Is the title card gone? I'm not sure, because I just tried pushing Shift 1 to see, like, if that maybe was like a keybind or something for OBS, but it doesn't seem to have done it. That's strange. I don't know. I am not seeing it right now. But I guess if I disappear for a really long time, message me in Discord so that I am aware of the fact that I am not streaming anymore. Watch your footing, rookie.
Go with honor, friend.
Find anything on the knolls?
Light bless you.
Is this supposed to be some kind of joke? Because I'm not laughing. Bits and pieces of red cloth? What the hell is this supposed to mean?
Be careful.
How goes the Murloc hunt?
Go with honor, friend.
Oh, we should read this letter real quick.
The Alliance.
This letter is missing entries as the ink has washed away in many places. Every form has been based on the antagonism of oppressing and oppressed. Nothing to lose but your chains. The past cannot be forgotten. Cannot be forgiven. Will rise again. I think we're seeing the reformation of the Defias Brotherhood here. How goes the Murloc hunt?
Be careful.
Nice find, rookie. I think I have a stack of these on my desk back at the station. We're basically back to square one. What do we know? Someone that likes to write fiction about the past sent the Furballs a letter. Looks like we got ourselves a real history mystery.
Light bless you.
Looks like we got ourselves a real whodunit here, rookie. Unfortunately, it looks like the locals aren't willing to talk, and the clues you got off the gnolls and murlocs are damn near worthless. We're going to have to initiate Plan B on the lookout for Two-Shoed Lou. Two-Shoed Lou is an old confidential informant of mine who, ironically, makes his home at Furbal's old pumpkin farm. Head west to the farm and find out what Lou knows. If he gives you any guff, tell him that Horatio sent you.
Go with honor, friend.
Alright. I do think leveling should be fairly quick. Ooh, rare. I don't think I've ever seen this one before.
Not ready yet. I do not have enough energy.
Pants for a clothy. It does seem like at least the questing part of leveling will be fast. I don't remember like in what eras dungeon spam was aggressively awesome. I'm hoping this is one of them. Oh, I should probably use my
It is still recharging.
potions. We were supposed to head west. Okay, so that was not what I did. But I will correct. And I will improve. And I will not die to Benny Blanco. That joke is deeply funny if you play vanilla hardcore. Alliance vanilla hardcore specifically. Why is there a flight path here? Okay. Kata was crazy. Look, we ain't got room for no more. Horatio sent you? Right then. How can I help you? He's not here, is he? He knows I wasn't hiding for him, right? Knows I was just trying to lay low and all that, you know? Listen, I really shouldn't be talking to you, but I owe Horatio a favor or two. I don't really know nothing about what happened at the fur brawls, but I might be able to point you in the right direction. He hands me a large crate. That crate used to be my home before I struck it rich. Now I'm living the life every hobo dreams of. Right, so you take that there living crate and head south to the Jangalode mine southwest of here. Head to the back of the mine, and once there, hide in the crate. In here is the most dangerous NPC for Lobi Alliance. Like, it's way worse than Hager in my opinion. So many people die in this room. I guess this commemorates them a little bit. Life in Westfall's hard, Missy. Every day is a struggle. We can sometimes go weeks without a decent meal. That's why it's important we all help each other out. Maybe you can lend a hand, eh? I'm making dirt pies and I need some ingredients. Get me some fresh dirt from the pumpkin patch out front and a bundle of coyote tails. You'll find coyotes wandering around the wilds of Westfall. Get moving. We got mouths to feed. Mama Celeste. You have a nice name. Back before those damned kobolds gave me a permanent limp, I used to be William Pessel's #1 candle supplier. Hell, I even came up with the line, "I take candle." Yeah, that was me. Kobold would say, "You know, take candle," and then I'd just respond, "I take candle," and then I'd bash their brains in. Jim drifts off for a second. Good times. The best of times. Now, can't even use the bathroom without assistance. You want to help me? Kill me some kobolds. You'll find a good load of them in the nearby mine. Gotta check the transmog gettings here. Ooh. We will be taking the kobold candle, even though it is completely useless, for my class. We will take it for roleplay reasons, which I am unlikely to have access to in this version of the game, but, you know. I feel like I had a thought about something that I was going to go do in-game next, but I have already forgot what it was. Send help.
I do not have enough energy.
I'm tempted on this character to, like, not equip gear unless it looks good. Or I guess, like, to not equip new weapons, but I feel like that I want to keep these weapon models, but they are not available on anything that's not white, which means I can't transmog them in this version of the game. So I might have to accept at some point that I have to get other weapons. I think it's easier with armor to decide never to, like, equip anything else. But I don't know if that's gonna work long term with my weapons. I suppose there's a reality in which, like, my group mates might not really like me if I'm leveling. Maybe I should equip better weapons while I'm in group content, just to be a good group mate. But then once I get to Pandaria, I'll probably go back to,
Not enough energy. I do not have enough energy.
like, having the appearance I want to. Alright, just 3 more coyote tails. The fact that you had reported that I was having issues, and then now have not said anything for a while really makes me concerned that I am still, in fact, having significant issues. Oh, okay, great. Very good, friend. Good job taking your stuff. I have... Oh. My last cup of coffee is gone. I do have a water. I was hoping I would have coffee also. You know what? It's okay. Among night elves, it's not a problem to be old. It's an honor. Actually, I think it's just normal.
I did not do that yet.
Do you want to be in a party with me?
That ability is not ready yet. I need to get closer.
I'm having issues now? What are they?
Not do that yet. That ability is not ready yet. Not enough energy. It is too far away.
Are they, is like my audio cutting out? What's going on? Okay. I don't think I'm seeing any problems, but given that my stream, like, changed what screen it was showing you, I don't know how that would have been you, so I feel like...
Not enough.
Oh. Yeah, you have to, like, unmute it.
Not do that yet. I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy.
No, it automatically is like muted most of the time when you go to a channel or reload a page. I don't totally know why it does that, but I kind of wonder if it has to do with like making it harder to like bot views or something.
I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy. I do not do that yet. I do not have enough energy.
Huh. I'm kind of monitoring it, like watching it on my phone where the chat is, like the video is at the top of the chat. And I'm not seeing it do that on my end. So maybe it is you. Oh, interesting. I feel like I like mine muting, but that is probably because I frequently am on Twitch on my own, and if I don't know what I want to watch, I'll like open a bunch of different options and then flip around and see who I want to watch or who is not currently on ad. This must be the back area I'm supposed to be in. What little Humie want? Why you call Glub Talk? Sad. Is this the life that you had hoped for, Glub Talk? Running 2-bit extortion operations out of a cave? Glub Talk, crush you! Oh, will you? Do you dare cross that line and risk your life? You may attempt to kill me and fail, or you may take option 2. What option 2? You join me, and I shower wealth and power upon you. So, Glubtalk have 2 choices? Die, or be rich and powerful? Glubtalk take choice 2. I thought you'd see it my way. I will call for you when the dawning is upon us. Alright, I did not even realize that this, remaining kobold is another rare.
Not do that yet.
It occurs to me that I should have tagged my stream for reading the quests. Yeah, 14. Alright, cool. We got cloth, mace. We are getting stuff for casters, but not a whole lot for us as a rogue. I have updated the stream to explain to people that I will be reading the quests. I suppose it is wildly inconvenient for me to have you playing World of Warcraft now, and then also trying to talk in the Twitch chat, and I apologize for that. It also occurs to me, looking at my stream now, that my chat block is not actually over the correct place in this version of the game. There we go. Alright, one more coyote tail, and then we will go turn things in, and then we should be really close to 15, I think, and being able to queue. Oh, because you're looking at the transmog stuff? Did we have an appearances window in the... Yeah, we did. So you could look at appearances, we had to... Well, I guess you could get the yak mount at this point in time. I don't actually have any mail except 2 helmets and a chest piece, so it doesn't matter. It's not gonna let you mog leather. Did we have to have, like, the stuff in the bank until Legion? That... I'm sorry, friend. Let me see if I have any mail that I can send to you. I mean, I have these, but they're not moggable. I have 2 pieces of mail that are not moggable. Oh, sweet justice. Killing those kobolds won't make me walk like a normal person, and it sure won't get me a job, but damn, does it feel good. Jim reaches into a crusty old sack. Here, I think I got something for you from my kobold hunting days. Maybe you can put it to use. Lou puts his hands to his ears and starts talking loudly. Stop, stop, stop! I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know, and I don't care. That kind of information is liable to get you killed around these parts. I got one more bit of information for you, then we're done. A couple of thugs recently showed up at the farm, causing all kinds of trouble. I don't know where they came from or who they're working for, but I know they're bad news. I may have overheard them talking about subjects that might interest you. If you're interested, you'll find the thugs back behind the farmhouse. If you get caught or killed, I don't know you. Never seen ya. Good luck, kid. Oh. No, I think that you can mog that then. Dirt pies don't make themselves. Usually. Just smelling you coming got my stomach rumbling. We're gonna eat like kings tonight. Yikes. Things are not going good here. Why don't we eat the pumpkin? Oh, that's horrible. Hobo surprise. Surprise it might be edible. Well water. I'm not sure what this is supposed to convey, but it's kind of gross. Should we eat the mud pie? I'm being notified of some technical difficulties, folks. I'm just gonna look into it and see if they are real. Oh yeah, the stream is definitely stuck. Like, the audio is playing, but the... Oh, no, it's not. I thought I had walked away from this place. It must be Songvale. Although, just say connecting to chat. Oh. Okay. Alright. So, Songvale was notifying me that there was a stream problem, but they are not for current stream, so everything is okay. Alright. What do you think, Songvale? Should I eat this mud pie that is going to apparently make me hungry? Alright, well, we'll sell it then. Selling her own generosity back to her. Chicken. A classic chicken appearance. In classic. Hello! Since this is not anybody's legal anything, Songvale is Kel, and Photon Debugger is Mew. Hello! Did you know that, oh, what was his? It was not Lepig, or Tepig. What is that Pokemon's name? I am having a brain fart. Lechonk. Oh, hold on a second, I have something to read. Did you meet her? Yep, she's for real. She wanted me to tell you lugs that she appreciates the job that we did for her on the Furballs. Gave me a pile of gold to split with you all. See her face? Is it really? Whoa, what do we have here? Looks like we've got ourselves an eavesdropper, boys. Only one thing to do with a lousy, good-for-nothing eavesdropper. Die! Yep, I guess they're gonna die. Alright.
That ability is not do that.
Lechonk, yeah. So, within the first 5 minutes of my Scarlet, like my Scarlet playthrough, I got a shiny Lechonk. Like, that was the first Pokemon that I saw after I could capture Pokemon. Just heard somebody scream. Oh, it's an event. He's been killed. You were standing right here. What the hell did you see? Speak up. I didn't see nothing. He died of natural causes. Natural causes? 2 bullets in the chest and his shoes are on his head. What kind of natural death would that be? Doesn't look good, rookie. This was an execution. Whoever did this is sending a message. A message for anyone that would dare snitch on these criminals. It would appear that poor Lou really put his foot in his mouth. So I don't know if you noticed that he put his sunglasses on there. This is a quest line that was put into the game in like 2010 or 2011 or something, whenever Cataclysm came out. And the whole thing is a CSI parody. But yeah, it's kind of a murder mystery investigation thing.
King's honor, friend.
We're dealing with an organization here, rookie. You don't just off the richest bum in Westfall in broad daylight and leave no witnesses. Someone with a lot of power is behind these murders. What have you learned so far?
Be careful.
So what do we know so far? We need to follow the clues. Over at Jansen's stead, you found a water-soaked letter and some scraps of red cloth. Here at Furbrawl's, you overheard a conversation between some shadowy figure and an ogre mage. You also got a confession to the murder from a bunch of thugs, whom you then killed. Something isn't adding up, rookie. There's an old couple southeast of here at the Saldine's farm. Head over there and speak with Farmer Saldine. Find out what he knows.
Light bless you.
Alright. If we are deeply invested in the murder mystery, I will continue, but my main goal is to finish getting to 15. We are not as close to 15 as I thought we would be after turning in those quests. So that I can do the random dungeon queue. Because my goal is really to have this character at a high enough level that I can do, like, the content that is most recent in this version of the game. Does the quest chain run out? Is that what you mean? Yeah. It won't run out. Like, it is a pretty long quest chain. I just feel like it will be faster to level up doing dungeons. But since I am a damage dealer, there is a good chance that the queue on dungeons will be really long anyway, so we'll probably keep working on it while we wait in the queue. Well, the thing is that it's in this version of the game, the quest line is for certain levels, so like I can always come back and do it, but it really won't give me any kind of worthwhile experience once I outlevel it. So like right now it's yellow, which means it thinks that it's kind of an appropriate level for me to do it. But in like say 2 levels, like it'll turn green and then it will barely give me any experience, and the gear that it gives is almost certainly not good. Yeah. I was looking at this dot up here for the silver leaf, but I don't really feel like clearing all of these guys, so we're gonna keep going. What are you playing these days? I see Pokemon sometimes. That one, like, they really focus on the story though, right? So maybe, I don't know, is it set up where it just encourages you to keep going in the story and doesn't say, you out-leveled this, we'll just skip you ahead? I didn't follow instructions. We're supposed to go here, not here. We are supposed to go here on the map, not here where I am in the world. Monster Hunter is another game series that I've been aware of for a while, but I haven't really played. Many years ago, I bought one, so this was before I moved out here. I bought one because the friend I was living with, the one in Burnsville, had gotten like Monster Hunter World. And so I actually got it because it looked really cool, and then I figured out that my computer could only play it at like 6 frames per second, so I refunded it. I still had my previous laptop at that time. But I've always thought the creature design and like the way they telegraphed the fights was cool.
Light be with you.
Do they... Have they continually, like, increased level cap for endgame, or has it stayed the same and just there's increasingly more difficult raids released?
Reading.
Been in Westfall all my life, sister. I can remember a day when Westfall was the luscious land this side of the Stranglethorn Vale. Those days are long gone. While we no longer have the Defias causing problems, the fallout from their reign of terror can still be felt. To make matters worse, we're in the worst economic downturn in history. All that gold we spent on fighting the Scourge left anyone not in a military-related occupation jobless, and eventually homeless. Guess where all those people ended up?
Go with honor, friend.
Horatio Lane? That man is a scumbag. Dirty as my underwear. Listen, friend, I don't often give advice like this, but you seem like a good woman. Get out of Westfall. You're already in way over your head. All you're doing now is putting your neck on the chopping block.
Light bless you.
Well, this doesn't sound good for us.
Be careful.
Times are tough, sister. With the downtrodden masses of Stormwind migrating into Westfall, resources are stretched as thin as they've ever been. The people are restless and in need of help. Our own farmhouse has been serving as a halfway house for years. Salma does the best she can to keep our guests alive, but sometimes the Watchers get 'em. Watchers are those twisted abominations roaming my fields. A little present left behind by the Defias, before they were driven off. Help us.
For the Alliance.
I mean, at least it's not this guy. I'm just back reading the chat here for your response. Let's see. Increased level cap. 80 to 90. New classes. Yeah. Well, this is the guy I was talking to that, like, owns the farm. But these are people who are homeless from, like, the major human city. So we're here. This is the major human city, like, the next area over. And he's basically explaining that after a recent war conflict, there's been a lot of economic problems, and so all of these people kind of lost their livelihoods and came out here, I guess. Yeah, I'm playing Alliance right now. It was because on this server, I had a friend who maybe had a lead on, like, some people that were fun to play with, but they played Alliance side, so I put this panda on the Alliance. But you're right, I am usually Horde these days. I have not yet connected with those people either. So, it may have all been for naught anyway.
Need help?
Hello, dear. Welcome to our home. You don't look like you're homeless. Have you come to help us? If so, you're just in time. I'm planning a dinner for the young ones and need a few simple ingredients. If you could get me some okra, Gortesque flanks, and stringy flesh ripper meat, I can make my famous Westfall stew. You'll find all the ingredients near our farm. Just be careful of the Harvest Watchers. They are merciless killers. May this quest be far less painful in this version than it was in vanilla. That is my prayer. I had it installed, and then my my solid state drives, like in the last couple of weeks, we're starting to get, like, pop up the warnings that are like, hey, you're ruining your drives because they're 99% full. And so I felt bad, but I uninstalled Final Fantasy without playing it. I think So part of the reason I started doing Twitch was to try and make, even when I'm playing by myself, feel like something I'm doing socially, or the same thing with drawing. And it has been helping my interest in playing games again, rather than like scrolling Reddit, or, I don't know, just sitting and staring at a wall. So I don't know. I'm hoping that I will continue to become more of, like, just always gaming rather than doom scrolling. And then that feasibly could give me more time for other games, but it's really hard. I'm sorry. I feel doofy and bad for being like, yeah, I want to play the thing, and then not ever actually ending up playing the thing. Well, the problem is I don't have room in my drives to reinstall it. I guess first stream goal when I make it as a big streamer, you know, we could I could do a hype train. I don't even I don't know how Twitch works. I think hype train just happens when a lot of people donate at one time. I don't think you do a hype train. And I'll use my proceeds to buy myself another drive so I can install more games. No, don't do that. But yeah, I will blacklist Reddit sometimes, but I also have just found, like, beyond the fact that it makes gaming more appealing because even a solo game becomes like a potential social experience, it's not been that much of a social experience so far. But it has helped. Hello, Angry Mouse. Yeah, the game is pretty intimidating. I played this when it was current originally. Tomorrow is actually my 20th anniversary of playing World of Warcraft. But it's always intimidating, especially when you get to like myths and farther through the timeline, or like closer to present. The pace of gameplay really picks up, but it is a lot of fun, and my suggestion would just be what you're doing, like make sure your first character you level rather than boost, because trying to learn all of the buttons that you have by the time you're at level cap is way too much at once. Are you playing on, let's see, Bloodsoul Buccaneers by chance, for Mists of Pandaria? Oh yeah, that's what I did. I really liked the Pandaren starter area, so that didn't bother me so much. Were you not into it? But I am still hoping to maybe get to do some dungeon spamming today. We will see. If you happen to be on Bloodsoul Buccaneers, I'd be happy to answer questions or help you quest or anything like that if you would like. But otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the game in the chat as well. And yeah, like Songville says, welcome to World of Warcraft. I hope it provides you as much entertainment as it has me for many years. And if not, I hope you get out as soon as possible. From the game. There is an unfortunate number of people who have played World of Warcraft for a very long time, and obviously it's just not their thing anymore, but they have not quit the game, and that's not fun for them. And it's probably not good for the game either, so that's what I mean by that, not like you should get out. Oh, cool! You have the adventure accent. I really like the pacing of classic WoW. I had kind of a WoW renaissance experience for myself this past spring, where I was playing classic hardcore, so it's like the original version of the game, and if you die, you have to start over completely. And the way that that made me and also other people play the game, just with so much focus and commitment, and like the best way to survive in that version of the game is to go together. So like you're looking out for yourself and your teammates because it's do that or die, and so people behaved differently, and I really, really liked it. Oh, Pagel. I don't think cross realm is a thing in Miss Classic. So I don't know if we... Well, no, we can definitely do... No, I think they do dungeon queues, but they don't... You can't, like, do cross-realm zones, maybe. How is Pagel? Are, like, the chat channels active there? And yeah, Mew, I feel like right now a lot more of the positive conversation is around the different classic versions of the game. A lot of the stuff for the current game, which is called retail, or people call it retail, right now it's War Within, can be a lot more of a mixed bag, or a lot more of those people I was talking about where like they've played WoW for a long time, but they also should have quit WoW a long time ago. I am on Bloodsail Buccaneers. It is the roleplay server because that is a content style that I enjoy, and also like the kind of conversations that people have tend to be different on roleplay servers. Like they talk about the story and the lore, which I really like. So that's why I'm there, but it's very, very quiet. Well, you're in good company. What made you decide that you wanted to try World of Warcraft in some flavor? This version of the game was like 2012 or 2013. But yes, I started in 2005. Also, if anybody has any ooh, quest item. Hold on a second. Where'd it go? You have found what appears to be the heart of a harvest watcher. From the sound being emitted by the device, you can tell that it's still fully functional. Perhaps you should return it to Farmer Saldine. I'm surprised I didn't find that in any of the others that I've killed, but thank you for that. I would take suggestions, by the way, for things people think I should do for my 20th anniversary. I do think I'm going to stream tomorrow during it, at least for the portions of my day that I'm on WoW. But like I have the WoW cookbook in real life, and I've actually enjoyed it. It kind of got me into cooking, actually. I checked the book out on a whim from my library, and after that I started actually doing more recipe cooking, and it really upped my eating game. So I'm going to do that tomorrow too, which I will not be streaming. But if people have suggestions of things that I should do in-game, I would like them. I see the server you on. It is currently low pop. Yeah. Sorry to hear about your friend. I've had that happen with a guildmate, actually. Many, many years ago. That was a rough experience. Final result of the recipe. I'll take a picture, and I'll share it with you, and possibly share it on stream. Although I feel like I'm gonna cook dinner, and stream will probably be in the middle of the day because that's been working for my schedule a little better. On the one hand, I was gonna be like, I'm not an older gamer, but honest, like I'm not as young as my students now. I teach middle school. So I'm a middle-aged gamer. But I'm in the same boat. Like, I especially used to put in like hardcore hours of gaming where they would be several hours a day, but my skill level was always like super mid. In fact, during Mists of Pandaria, during like the real version of this expansion, I was part of a raiding guild, and the guild had this rule when we needed extra people from our raid that we'd like pick up pugs. You had to do at least as much damage as I did and not die to any mechanics before I did, or they would remove you from the raid. Like, I was, like, they explicitly would say Seikori, which was my name at the time, or my character's name, that if you do less damage or you die before Seikori, we're kicking you. I was the barrier. Like, you could not be worse than me. Happy birthday. That is a big number. I hope that you are one of the lucky folks who are getting to look forward to retirement. Especially if you like to take things slowly. I don't know if you tried, like, I don't know. The thing about Hardcore Classic is that it can be brutal when you mess up if you don't just like playing the game, because you lose so much progress. But I think the like anniversary server that is going to go forward into like Burning Crusade and stuff is also active, and that's not hardcore, that's like normal. So if you're finding even Mists is too fast for you, which I don't know, I like the slower pace of gaming because I like the lore, so you get more of a chance to like look around. I definitely would recommend the anniversary servers for Era Classic, like for the vanilla game.
Well met. Go with honor.
Thank you, sister. You've done Salma and I a great service, and I promise that it won't soon be forgotten. I don't have much money, but you're welcome to what I do have.
For the Alliance. Be careful.
What have you got there, Fensei?
Light.
Is that the heart of one of the Watchers? I've heard stories about using one of those to power up a Watcher for personal use. Of course, I'm really in no shape to try such things myself.
For the Alliance.
From what I've heard, all you really need to do is find a suitable harvest golem and drop in the heart. Once you've done that, you should be able to take full control of the creature. I think there's a whole field of overloaded harvest golems west of here at the Molson farm. Look for the arcs of electricity. Should you manage to get it working, use the golem to destroy the energized harvest reapers at the old Molson farm. Those monsters are much more destructive than the ones on our farm. I feel like we needed to find another word than farm. Something about this quest text just felt really strange and repetitive to read aloud. Catching up with the chat here. Oh yeah, for sure. Do you know, like, what... Obviously you're in Australia, and I'm not familiar with Australian time zones, but, like, relative to whatever time it is now, are you planning on streaming, like, kind of during this time slot? Like, what days of the week? Before or after? I am not into first-person shooter. Oh, 15, we can dungeon queue, we're gonna do that. Random. Okay. Let's see, how long is the queue? 3 minutes, that's really not that bad. I'm not into first-person shooters. One reason is that I like to play with game sound on, and I am not a big fan of gunfire. But another one is, for whatever reason, the first-person camera, I struggle to control it so much. I just am always falling off ledges and running into walls when I have to play a game in first person. So that also makes those games really not for me. Is it evening right now? Like, is it nighttime for you at the moment? I hope the interview gets you a job that you want. And or if you don't get the job, you realize during the course of the interview that you didn't want the job. I have had that up and down lately because of some stuff going on here, and here I am in the US where I thought I didn't have a job, but it turns out I do, and I will lose my job next year. I'm in the education system, so there's just some, like, I teach in the public education system in the US, and there's some stuff going on right now. Okay, so kind of the opposite of this. It's 3 in the morning. I might catch you if you start earlier in the evening. It's possible that I would be able to catch you. I definitely do recommend streaming, in terms of, one, if you struggle with focus, like if you are bad about alt-tabbing, I really recommend streaming, because it has definitely helped me to, like, stay focused on the game I want to play and not, you know, just alt-tab out of the game when I don't even want to and go, like, doom scroll on Reddit. Like, streaming really forces me to stay focused. And also, yeah, like, when people pop into the chat, it makes the game better for me, because I like social gaming. That definitely sounds like it should be rewarding work. I hope the next place is helpful. I know from my job sometimes it can be frustrating in roles like that because you know what you're doing is important or helpful, but maybe the people you're working with, like your coworkers or the clients, in my case students, sometimes it feels a little bit like you're hitting your head against a brick wall, but hopefully your next role is on the satisfying side of public service like that.
I'm not ready yet. I do not.
Or on the easy side of it. That, you know, that's always a nice break to a working vacation of an unchallenging job. Songvale, if you can remind me, just because I don't want to, like, get distracted right now, but if you can remind me later to go give Angry Mouse a follow so I get a notification when they're live, and I will check out their stream. I think it's fun, and I think honestly something is really lost from knowing exactly where to go to get every item. As somebody who likes the lore and the story, it's way more interesting to play the version of the game where you had to, like, read the quest text and figure it out, because it made you look around the world and notice things more. So I'm of a similar bent where I'm no speedrunner most of the time, but I feel like I really enjoy playing the game at the lower pace. Which I will now completely contradict, because we're going to do a dungeon queue, which is the epitome of speedrunning stuff, I think. But let's see, I think it'll probably be Dead Mines. Yeah, you can, like, go to somebody's profile page while they're not live and hit follow. So, yeah. I will do that. Unless I can click their name in my chat. Oh, I can. No, but can I follow? I can. Alright, I have followed Angry Mouse 09. I recognize the name SOCOM, but, like, I don't know what it is. Was that also a first-person shooter game? Yeah, it definitely is Photon. It's too late. I have already followed. Now it would take more effort for me to unfollow. I can't guarantee that I will be awake when you're streaming based on what you said, but, you know. This queuing system is not going great. I take it people must be, like, in the bathroom missing their queues. A classic WoW experience with this dungeon queue thing is that you wait 20 minutes and then you're like, no, I can't get up to go to the bathroom. Like, the queue is gonna pop, I'm gonna miss it. And then eventually you need to go desperately, and so you get up to go to the bathroom, and then, like, as soon as you're gone, you hear the ba-na-num, and you are nowhere near your keyboard. I feel that I probably don't have time to read these quests, just in the interest of being kind to my group mates. So I am not going to read them to you, unfortunately. I also feel like I really am supposed to wear better gear into a dungeon, so I'm unfortunately going to equip weapons I don't like the appearance of just to be a little bit better group mate. You know, I don't remember exactly what it was like to do a group, and like, gaming culture was really different back then. It was 2005. What I would say about doing, like, dungeons as you're a low-level character, like when you hit level 15 in a version of the game like this, for the most part, people don't have, like, a damage meter on. They're probably not really paying attention, and also the whole group, I mean, if nobody was doing anything, the group would fail. But it's not really the case that, like, the whole group needs to be playing top of their game to be successful. So most people are pretty chill about it as you're leveling up, because as long as you're doing something, like you're attacking the thing that everyone else is attacking, and you're not running and pulling additional stuff like this hunter just did, for the most part, people are pretty good. Honestly, it might be disappointing how quiet people are. Although you can fix it. You can't see it because I have my chat blocked just in case anybody posted anything untoward that I don't want on my stream. But one thing I always do when I join a dungeon is, you know, I say hello, how's it going? And a lot of times people don't reply, but sometimes they do, and that can also help set the tone as just being chill. If you're really concerned about it, what I would say is queue as a damage dealer, not as a healer or a tank, to really get your bearings. Just because mistakes as those other two roles can have more consequences, but especially, I don't know, you said you were a priest, so I feel like you're probably going to want to queue as healer. I think if you say, like, hey, I'm new to the game, I'm going to do my best, most of the time people are pretty good about it. Skinning very rarely is good gold. I would say, like, mining and herbalism are probably the best bet for, like, reliable gold. So I would go with that. There are different farms in different eras of the game, so, like, you could try looking those up, but I'm not sure what the resources are for different forms of classic. And also the reality with farms is, like, if you're on a quiet server, like a lower population server, it is possible that when you put things on the auction house, there just isn't, like, enough demand for them to regularly sell. So it also might depend on, like, what's in demand in your server, but usually what you get from mining and herbalism is at least a solid bet for it being worth something.
I do not have enough energy.
Yeah, Songville's basically in agreement with what I had said. You are very welcome. I remember when WoW felt like this place for me to find community. Like, when I started, I was like 11. and nerd things were not cool because it was 2005. We had not yet had the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Maybe you remember that being older, that like being a nerd did not used to be like popular or cool. So I was kind of a weirdo. I didn't have lots of friends in real life or at school, and it was really awesome to get to be in an MMO where everybody was into the same stuff, and also on roleplay servers, people tended to be very like complete sentence conversational. And I want the game to go back to that, so I'm happy to recreate some of that sense of community in my Twitch chat. I don't know at all like what the guilds are on Pagel, but if you are in the looking for group chat and it's not a toxic dumpster fire, sometimes on some servers they are, you might be able to ask there in looking for group, like, I'm a new player, I'm looking to learn more about the game and level up. Does anybody have any good guild suggestions for me? And sometimes, like, nobody will say anything. Honestly, sometimes you might get some negative replies depending on the server you're on. I don't know what Pagel's like, but you also might get some folks reaching out, offering to have you join their guild, and they'll be able to answer questions like we're doing in the chat right now. So that might be a good idea. Yes. Yes. Oh, dude, if you can't find your people in Mists of Pandaria, definitely go check out like a vanilla era server, like the anniversary ones or something. Really, the older the copy of the game that you're playing, the more people see it that way. Ooh, that's good. But I think I need daggers? I don't. Cool. I am just clarifying for my group mates why I needed something I cannot yet equip. I have to level up the rest of the way to be able to equip that. Yeah, so the way that you type in different chats, you hit enter to get the little thing to pop up, and then do like slash. The number correlates with whatever it is in your chat log. So like if you join or leave different channels, the numbers can change, so you kind of have to pay attention. By default, /1 is going to be your general chat, /2 is local defense. No, /2 is trade, /3 is local defense. So that like gives PvP alerts if the other faction is like killing NPCs in the region. /4 is looking for group. And then if you are in a party, like you have invited someone to party or they've invited you, that one's /P. If you are in a battleground or a dungeon group from the random queue, that one is /I for instance. If you're in a raid group, that's /R. If you're in a guild, it's /G. You're probably getting the sense of how these ones work. But yeah, that's how you are able to communicate in the different chats. Yes. Or the letter that indicates it for party, instance, guild, raid. I think /B is for battleground, but /I works too in battlegrounds, I think.
Inventory is full.
I am really falling behind in trying to loot things and stay up with the group. But this is what I mean, like I'm slightly distracted by chat, and you know, I'm still contributing, but I'm also looting things or managing my inventory, and nobody's really saying anything, and the group is going okay. So people are pretty chill.
I do not
Yeah, if you have questions about Priest in that area, you should ask Songvale. While I do make fun of Songvale sometimes for the fact that Songvale seems to always end up on a hunter, when I actually think about like gameplay-wise, what Songvale's class is, it's Priest. I don't think it's as good for it as it was when the game first came out, but that is what's nice about WoW. One of their original like design philosophies was that the game was for a wider audience that might not be like high-end gaming PC people. So that is what's nice about WoW. You don't need a super high-end gaming PC for the game to be playable, especially if you're not doing like cutting-edge, world-first gameplay, whatever content. Hey, look! It's male gear for you, Songvale. You gotta come. Oh wow, you've got an old graphics card. At least it's a TI. It's been serving you faithfully. What would you prefer? Like, do you want to work on upgrading like piece by piece? I don't know. With the 1050 Ti, it makes me think that probably like your motherboard is probably also fairly old. Like, I don't know how much you can upgrade your RAM and CPU with your motherboard being on an older platform. There will be another one. It will be called Warlords of Draenor. And then it will go to Legion, and then Battle for Azeroth, and then Shadowlands, and then there's like 2 more after that I'm blanking on right now. I'm a bad WoW player. Dragonflight, and then War Within. So there is plenty more coming after Mists of Pandaria. I don't know what the timeline for it is. I can't remember off the top of my head. But there will be like several patches of new content within Mists of Pandaria where they release like new raids or new zones. So certainly there will be new things to do even before Warlords of Draenor, the next expansion, happens. I'm surprised to hear that, Songvale. I feel like I have generally heard that like the 50 class cards, although it is 50 Ti, but the 50 class cards are not always a great buy. Hey, if it's working for streaming and it's working for you, I would say hold on to your money. I don't know, like, how good the used market is in Australia. For that matter, I don't know how exorbitantly priced your options for buying new components would be either. Is that a thing? Like, do people sell their used computers on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace? See, Songvale knows what's up when it comes to Priest. Especially in Classic, it is something that people really, really value. Their sense of community, I mean, is something that people really, really value. Alright, well, any concerns I had that I was going to have terrible weapons when I was in groups are now finished. Because I have 2 blue weapons. I forgot about Mercari, yeah. I also know, like, there are like some websites that entirely specialize in like mail, like not local, but like you use people ship things for used PC parts specifically, but I don't know which ones are good, especially which ones would be good in Australia. You know what? Maybe by the time the classic versions of the game get all the way up to what is current in retail right now, you'll be ready for it. I want to be involved in the current stuff because I'm interested in like lore and things developing in that, but I admit that oh, I shouldn't hit greed. I should have needed, oops. but the extremely frenetic pace of the game, and yeah, the modern social culture makes it a little bit harder to be into War Within. Nice. Well, I'm not a PC info god, but what I can tell you is, for a, you know, very performant 1080p monitor gaming PC, provided you don't need to buy a monitor and like a keyboard and mouse or whatever, you can get stellar gaming performance for between like $8 and $1,000 USD. Again, I'm not sure how that will translate for what's available in your area, but you definitely don't have to think like, oh, I need to save up $3,000 for a gaming PC. Like, you absolutely do not. Also, if you are wanting to try it, don't be afraid of building a PC. The computer I'm playing on right now, I built for the first time by myself. I did not have any like local friends who built PCs. I've never watched somebody do it in person. I just had the 2 tutorials from the YouTube channel Linus Tech Tips, and I was able to build my whole PC, and it was a lot of fun. And it did save me money and get me like higher quality components from like brands that people have actually heard of and trust. So don't discount that option either if you are brave. It was a lot of fun, and I'm really proud of it, but also it really was not difficult. You know, as long as you are able to be careful and not drop things, I definitely feel like it is something anybody could do. The website PC Part Picker was also really helpful because
I cannot carry anymore.
it must like scrape stuff from the sellers of like different components, because it was even able to tell me like, hey, the RAM module you picked isn't gonna work in the motherboard you picked, like they're from different eras, or oh, you can't buy that GPU and that case because the GPU is too big to go in the case. So it also provided guidance like that, and that was very helpful. I was willing to do my research beforehand. That didn't bother me, and I was already doing a bunch of research to know what I wanted because I thought I was gonna like buy a pre-built computer. But again, totally approachable. I definitely think anybody who's interested in doing so and is willing to, you know, put a couple of a week or so, you know, of free time into searching around and to make choices, to make their selections or their choices, totally could build their own PC.
Cannot do that. That ability is not ready yet. Not
Yeah,
enough energy.
I am afraid, I'm not gonna lie, of buying secondhand PC parts, just because I am not confident that I can like immediately recognize when the reason someone's selling something is because it's not working well for them. But I also know that a lot of people have like success and they just save a lot of money buying used parts too, so. Yeah. Songvale watched me build part of my PC. I am still on Windows 10 on both of my devices, and I have Windows 11 on my computer at work. I'm really not a fan. Songvale has one Windows 10 computer and one Windows 11 laptop, and I don't like the issues that laptop has had. I'm actually one of those people who's genuinely debating going to Linux after Windows 10 is over. But I guess the nice thing about Windows is that like Blizzard knows people are going to be playing World of Warcraft on Windows 11. So hopefully they get on any bugs or challenges that need to be dealt with ASAP. It feels so weird to like not be reading the quest text and to just like click through it. These boots are not as cool. I want to go back to these boots. Look at this. They have like a cool to the knee thing going on. I'm gonna be lame and be cool. Oh, they're not as far ahead of me as I thought they were. It cued me into a dungeon where everything is red. Or not red, but orange, so I'm not even sure how much damage I'm really able to do. I'm not sure. I guess it depends on what you'll be doing. I have 16 gigs of RAM and I never max it out, even while streaming. Just for question's sake, actually, I'm gonna go look. So while I'm streaming playing World of Warcraft right now, and I have Firefox and Edge open, I am at 60% of my memory, and I only have 16 gigs. I made a mistake and got a single channel as well. It's not even like a dual channel kit. I don't know what else you do. Maybe you do some other kind of programming or something that needs more RAM, but that might not be necessary. 32 gigs might be more than enough. But you are going to be psyched going from 1050 Ti to a 30 or 4080. That is going to be freaking wild for you, dude. I also admit that I would like to see Windows 12 just do better. But the thing for me is I genuinely really cannot stand ads. And so if you are putting ads in like my start menu and stuff, I'm done. I got a Steam Deck, and one of the reasons for it was like to kind of get used to using Linux, so that I would be able to confidently make the switch if and when I have to leave Windows. And I am enjoying that experience, and so I think that is also pushing me away from Microsoft. Oh yeah, if you're gonna use it, then by all means. I guess the other thing I do occasionally is like some digital painting, and I've never noticed any slowdown with it on my 16 gigs of RAM, but my paintings are probably not at the fidelity that the photograph files can be. So.
I cannot do that.
As much as people say, like, don't try to future-proof, you can't future-proof or whatever, there is something to be said for, if you have the money, getting slightly more than you need, and then intending on keeping that PC for a decade, rather than thinking I'm gonna get new stuff every 2 years. Yeah, I definitely think it will be. I think you will feel a huge change with any upgrade. Hearing this, though, I had a friend who recently had me help them pick out a PC, and they were like, oh, I just want to make sure I'm getting enough, but like all they play is like a Stardew Valley and like Sims, and they do some photoshopping. They're also a digital painter, and
I cannot carry anymore.
I put them on 62 gigs of RAM, 32 gigs of RAM, and I'm hoping now, hearing this, that will be enough, but I think they do painting at a similar level of fidelity as I do, so I suspect they do not need super ultra massive RAM. They might have an iPad they use sometimes too for Procreate.
I am awake at last.
He is awake at last. That is one of the WoW lines that is often plays unbidden in my mind for no clear reason. Alright. Well, we have done it. Oh, quest. Hey! Some of the people in my group, I just realized they were from Pagel. Let's see. Why is this not giving me the quest? Requires level oh, it's not a quest. It just requires level 15 for some reason. Huh. I wonder what this is for. Oh well, I'll take loot instead. Leave group. One thing I've noticed about video game stuff, and this just might be me, because I find that I can get kind of overstimulated, or maybe this is like an older generation of gaming thing. I mean, I'm not super old. I'm millennial. I'm later millennial. But I find playing like retail WoW on really high settings is honestly hard for me to like look at and know where my attention is supposed to be. When it's like they put so much detail in anything just to like flex that they're no longer seeming to use that like rule of composition where it directs your attention to the thing that has the most contrast or the most detail. And so it's almost hard for me to focus when I put my games on like ultra settings. I intentionally turn them down. So that's also like a bizarre thing to keep in mind. If you like taking really beautiful screenshots, then it might make sense to put everything on like ultra mega awesome settings. But if you are finding it to be too much, sometimes you're gonna have to turn down the settings anyway. Alright, we will see you if and when you get back. Thanks for hanging out, Angry Mouse. I feel like I have heard of Reshade, but I don't know what it is. Can you explain to me what it is? I am just heading back to town. I'm gonna clear out my inventory a little bit. Oh no. No. This is not good. I think we're just gonna have to go. So the group I'm in, all four of them are from Benediction. It's kind of cool. I wonder if they are friends or if they all just happen to be in a group together.
Go with honor, friend. It's honor, friend. Be careful.
Yet again, I'm being left behind simply because I was getting a quest. Ooh, I bet that would help. I feel like my opinion of like some Switch games, like Legends Arceus, I feel like would look actually just fine and like really beautiful if the lighting was better. Something just seems really weird about the lighting. It seems unfinished. Like they couldn't quite get the lighting engine to work and just left it out. Or at least left out like the final form of it. Yeah. Like, there's a lot in that game that would honestly is so close to genuinely looking beautiful. I mean, I love it as the, you know, the lost GameCube game that it appears to be. But it could be even better, is what I'm trying to say. I could love it more. Yeah. Honestly, a lot of the newer Pokemon games have a washed out quality. I've heard that part of the reason is because the like saturated look that we think Pokemon has is because they oversaturated it, knowing that the game wasn't going to be backlit. So like on the Game Boy Advance or the Game Boy Color, they would oversaturate things so that when you viewed it in like the dull, not backlit thing, it looked like they wanted it to, is what I've heard. And so like now as they've gone to 3D and it's backlit, they are using more dull colors. I don't know if I totally believe that because it was still more bright during like DS and that was definitely backlit. But I like the more saturated colors.
Do that. I do not have enough energy.
But it kind of makes sense if you like compare the saturated colors in those games versus like Sugimori's game manual art. Like I see where people are at, that like maybe the more washed out colors were the intended ones, but I liked the saturated ones. Yeah. I like DS era colors best. Not 3DS, but DS. Alright, well, this is good experience, but I am definitely going to outlevel the Westfall story that I was doing. So I might move on and have to do something else if I do not continue just dungeon spamming. I don't understand how they pick shiny colors. There's so many shinies that I genuinely would rather have the normal version of the Pokemon. So World of Warcraft has pet battles as of Mists of Pandaria, and then going forward, which is literally like you can have, you know, like a pet cat or a pet scorpion or a pet snake or whatever, but you can also like find these animals out in the wild and like crate them. It's basically Pokemon in World of Warcraft, and they don't have a shinies mechanic. I feel like that would be an interesting idea for them to add in the future, but I also understand if they maybe don't want to like court the ire of the Nintendo ninjas. Oh, that's a cool idea. I've heard of like there's different patterns, like different types did different things generally, and then a few had like hand-selected ones, but a number of them were like auto-generated based on a pattern that seems to be discernible. I wish more of them were bespoke, and I also really wish that Shiny Onyx was the Crystal Onyx from the anime. I also wish, I've recently learned, being the last couple of years, that Onyx is actually terrible, and I guess that makes sense. I always wanted Onyx to be good, and I have tried to use Onyx a number of times over the years and like not been able to make it work, and I now understand that that was not my fault. That was the reality of Onyx. The reality of Onyx sounds like a super pretentious fanfiction. I think that could be a fun way to do a contest. Like, you just provide a pretentious title, and then the contest is that people have to write the fan fiction that seems like it should have that title. I am so sad about the signature move. So I mentioned I got into Pokemon again because I needed to go catch Poltergeist, the haunted like matcha green tea container. And I found out I don't like the evolution. I found out the signature move for the lion is only learned on evolution. So I will just never have it because I don't want to evolve. I don't want to evolve that Pokemon. But it's a cool move. It was like something about like green tea spread or something. It was obviously their signature move. And I was disappointed to realize that I was never getting it. Okay, I think Uni did not stand in this, if I recall correctly. Although given that it did tick on me a couple of times and nothing happened, I guess they probably have nerfed it. No, what is Diplin's? Like, I've caught Diplin, but I don't know what the signature move is. Oh wait, is it candy apple or something? I mean, that's what it is. But now I feel like maybe I did see it on Bulbapedia. Shout out to everyone who's joining for World of Warcraft, and you're getting World of Warcraft on screen with not amazing amazingly engaging gameplay, or amazing gameplay, for that matter. And a detailed discussion of Pokemon. Oh, Syrup Bomb! Yeah, I saw that. I watched a stream, or not a stream, I watched a video on YouTube where somebody's shiny hunting goal was that, the golden apple.
Inventory is full.
I like the golden apple specifically for the syrup, but Flapple was one where like I strongly prefer red apples to green apples, and so I was like, if I got a shiny one, I would be frustrated. Hydrapple is adorable. I think I have mentioned my roleplay character Runethe to you before. In Sword, I had a Flapple that was named Runethe for that character, and I loved the Flapple also. I'm one of like 3 people who actually liked Sword and Shield. The Poppin' was weird, and also the plot pacing was mostly weird. But I do still consider myself to have liked that game. Also, I don't know what's going on with the 2 dudes with the weird hair. I can't remember their names, but their names were based on like Sword and Shield. They were just like rich dude jerks with weird hair. They had a plot, and I'm sure it was important, but I couldn't focus on it because their hair was too stupid. Yes, and their last name, like their names end with Bert, so I just cannot take them seriously. I don't think they were real characters. They were really bad. They were really stupid. I wasn't into Appleton originally, but in the last like 3 years, I've gotten into like soft, cute things. I think I'm at a point where I just want to be comforted. And so now, like, as long as I'm not in a mood to be like a world-saving hero, which comes less and less, unfortunately, I too think Appleton is kind of cute and would be good for a hug, and I miss getting to eat apple pie. Yeah, he's just a big dessert. He's a big sweetie pie. We gotta say grats to our group mate that has achieved level 20. I saw the achievement go off. Canonically, how big is he? Because I thought he was like the size of a car. Is he smaller than that?
Not enough energy. Do that. That ability is not ready. I do not have enough energy.
We did it, chat. I reported somebody's name, and they were immediately kicked to change their name. Their name was obviously not an appropriate word. So it's not like that happens if you just report like somebody's name for being robbed. But I'm always proud when I appear to have been the last straw on them getting in trouble. He's a foot tall? He's like a tiny dessert. He's like an apple bite.
I do not have a target. Do not do that. That ability is not ready yet. Not enough energy. I am out of energy. I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy. I do not have enough energy.
I don't accept that. I think he's the size of a car. I feel like every piece of art I've ever seen of him depicts him as being the size of a car. We can play this game if you would like a longer ban. Alright. That is a caster ring for sure. Applin line is peak. Agreed. I was talking earlier. Hello, Zarka. Also, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you coming and checking it out. Earlier I was talking about how I had like a WoW roleplay character named Runethe, and that was what I named my Flapple because he's a demon hunter and he kind of looks like a Flapple. And that was the only part of the line I really liked initially, but I'm into the whole thing now.
Need help?
Did you notice that I was fighting a Murloc in a cookpot named Cookie? Is that what they cooked? Oh, wait, no, the Flapple line cooked. Yes. The Flapple line absolutely cooked.
Inventory is full.
I can be with you. Go with honor, friend.
Alright. What do we know? We are 18. We are on our way. I'm gonna leave this group and go clear out my inventory. And then we will continue on our quest to actually getting to the quest that I want to do in Pandaria. Sorry, I just punched my microphone, which is, I think of as being chat. So I'm sorry to have punched all of you just now, chat. That sounds soothing. I woke up this morning and everything looked like it was kind of wet outside. I wonder if it rained overnight. I feel like I slept good, which usually happens when it rains, so maybe it did. Are any of these things like appearances that I want to be collecting?
See you around.
Let me double check. Okay, those are nice, so we're not gonna sell those. What about this? Keep that. Keep these. I don't know, I can't, those look really bad. I think we gotta stick with the boots that we have. But I'll keep these in case someone gets angry at me in a group. Alright, we have freed up a grand total of 3 inventory slots. We are ready now. Talent points, what do we got? Thank you for the information. Night Stalker, movement speed boost. Ooh, damage buff, okay. We get more time in stealth, less energy. I think we're gonna go for a speed and damage boost. Yeah, there's something for everything in the Applin line. I think much like retail World of Warcraft, Pokemon is suffering from the same thing, where the official material definitely has flaws, I'll give it that. But a bigger issue with the experience overall when engaging with like World of Warcraft or with Pokemon is that by and large most of the voices in any community that exists around Pokemon or World of Warcraft are very, very negative about the thing that they enjoy. And I also think, like, I understand the idea of, like, I love it and that's why I'm critical of it, but I think it doesn't really feel like there's real conversations about these things. It kind of feels like people have almost memorized, like, the same words for the same stances about what they apparently think is wrong, but it seems more like they've memorized what the culture around that game has decided is wrong and encoded in, like, even specific wording. And that really drives me bananas and makes it really hard for me to want to talk to people that are apparently, like, around the fandom for these things. I think it does. It does rain in MOP. It's not that common. It's more common in vanilla. But I feel like I remember seeing it rain, like, in Jade Forest in Pandaria before, but I could be wrong. I think originally when this system came out in, like, 2013 for Talent Zarka, I liked it because I liked getting, like, a button to push. But these days, I am much more in a place where I like the slow tuning and noticeable, like, progress rather than, like, big jumps of more, like, crazy buttons and glowing to push. So I am more into War Within Talent Tree style or vanilla style Talent Tree than I am into Miss. I will say that. I am trying to catch up in chat. Thank you for your patience if you've been waiting for me to reply to you. Yes, Elwyn music, super nostalgic. That's what I should do. So, like I said before, tomorrow is my actual real-life 20th anniversary playing World of Warcraft, and I am taking suggestions for what kinds of things I need to make sure I do tomorrow. Finding a playlist of, like, WoW music to listen to, like, while I'm cooking from the WoW cookbook might be a good idea. Or if I think I'll stream WoW, but if I decide to draw any WoW tomorrow, I should definitely make sure that I find a playlist of WoW music to use as my backtrack.
I do not have enough energy.
Yeah, I do completely agree with you, Mew, that it is over the line. I have found that, like, trying to find interviews, which you usually have to find, like, unofficially, like someone's translated them from Japanese, interviews where they talk about, like, what their goals were, or, like, somebody pointing out that there's, like, some crazy mechanic that you'd never notice but is in the code to, like, change what happens at a specific time of day, and it just alters encounter rates by, like, 2%, even in more recent games or something. I think seeing some stuff like that helps me still feel like some people on the dev team care, but that things outside of their control, corporate overloads and all that, I guess, are causing them to be needing to release games before they're ready, rather than just feeling like the people who make these games must not care at all. That's helped a lot, kind of humanizing the developers and seeing what their vision is. Makes me feel less frustrated with them as people. This mechanic used to scare the crap out of me when he just put everybody at 1 health. And I wasn't even healing, it just would always freak me out. Vanilla has the best weather, I agree. War Within weather is good, yep. One hand, strength, stamina, hit. I think we will just agreed on that. Oh, I got it. Well, now I have to decide if I want to use it. I guess... Let's see, strength, stamina, hit. I don't think I need hit more than I need poison damage. We will stick with what we got. Can't wait to get a mount. And you know what? At least in Mists of Pandaria, the wait to get a mount is not as long, and also you are unlikely to not be able to get one due to a lack of gold. That is one thing if you decided to play, like, vanilla, it is challenging to get that first mount. That would be super cool on a debuff system, or like a survival... Honestly, like, survival games were so popular for so long, that would have been a super cool thing for them to implement. Kind of like a war mode, where you could turn on a survival... They could revamp that survival profession that they were going to put in vanilla, and have it be a mode that you can opt into where you have to, like, eat food and find shelter and stuff. That would be cool. Rogue one is particularly bad. Only noticeable damage gain is 90. Yeah, and I also think, like, different eras of culture or player priority changes what the right move is at any given in any given era. I don't know what this tank's plan was, because now the Draenei back there is pulling everything, but hopefully this is gonna turn out fine. Speaking of, like, the people aren't the problem, it's a corporate issue. So might be unpopular with people who watch stuff with WoW. I don't know anything about what he has done personally. Okay, I don't know what the quality of his character is, if he was involved in any of the scandal stuff, like, that Blizzard's dealt with coming to light in the last couple of years. So I'm not defending anything he's done or not done, because I don't know what it is. But I will say, absolutely every time Ian Hazzikostas, the game director for World of Warcraft, is on camera, he looks so tired and harassed. And especially when he says things like, yeah, the player base has, you know, given us some really strong feedback, and you can tell that he's like, the nature of the strong feedback is, strong. I feel really bad every time Ian is on screen. I hope he sleeps at some point and still enjoys his job a little bit sometimes. He looks like he's suffering every time he is on screen. I really like the Horde. I usually play Horde. The only reason I am Alliance right now is because a friend of mine maybe had a lead on a guild that I might have wanted to join, which was Alliance side on the server, because that's where the population is on this, like, the last roleplay server for classic progression. So that's why I am that. But usually I am Horde. 9 times out of 10, if you come to the stream, I'm playing a Horde character. That's our job. You know what? My stream is gonna become well known because we're gonna do Mad Libs, but it's Mad Libs specifically to write a positive letter to Ian Hazzikostas, hoping that his health is not completely destroyed by the level of stress evident in his features in every photo video appearance.
I do not have enough energy.
Yes, I think we are one of... It must be weird to be outside the Pokemon fandom and, like, to have seen us all have the reaction when they said that ZA got pushed back and we all, like, celebrated. I really appreciate that ZA got pushed back. I hope we will be able to tell, and that it will be to our benefit that we had to wait a little bit longer. I'm not super keen on being in town the whole time, but I will say every time they release a video of Lumio City, I like it more and more as they, like, add more detail or show us more notable things. So maybe French Town will be all right. I'm gonna roleplay as if I'm in the TV show Miraculous Ladybug, which is a deep cut. I'm sure there are very few people in the chat who have any idea what that cartoon is, but I got really into it in, like, 2015. So I'll just pretend to be a French superhero with magical powers, and then I will enjoy being in Lumio City.
I do not have enough energy. Too far away.
I don't like one of the things that I see as an issue since Dragonflight is that I feel like they have not done a good job of having, like, the quest writers or the character dialogue writers who actually do the, like, moment-to-moment storytelling. I don't think they have had enough, like, editorial oversight to make it feel like it is dialogue or things being said by people in Azeroth. I think most of the broad strokes of the story have been fine, and even, like, the character personalities usually are fine. But the way that they talk or the actual way that they come to their conclusion, even if the conclusion is totally valid in universe, it feels too much like United States Discourse 2023. And I would like to see them do better about making it feel like we are tackling issues that are present in Azeroth with an Azerothian perspective, even though ultimately we are still coming to probably similar conclusions about what is right and what is wrong and what our priorities should be. I just wish they were doing a better job of making it feel like it was Azeroth, the high fantasy world. Even if all of the, like, themes and values were completely the same, which is what I want. But I want them to use language and metaphors and allegories that make more sense to me and my feelings about Azeroth as a high fantasy world. I've said this a couple times. I'm gonna just keep saying it again because I want to participate in the chat. I've played WoW 20 years tomorrow. I generally prefer Horde these days, but when I started, I was Alliance. I was an Alliance main until Wrath, and then I switched Horde. I was an Alliance main. Oopsie. I switched Horde. I did go back to Alliance maining during WOD and for the first most of Legion, and then I've been Horde again ever since. And I would say generally these days I prefer Classic, but I still feel like I wish I was involved with retail. I would like to do Mythic Plus content and raiding with a wholesome team that I enjoyed getting together with every week in War Within, if that was an option for me. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk ramble about my preferred version of the game and how long I've played. Trying to keep up with chat and continue to contribute to my dungeon. Sorry that I'm like 5 minutes late to every comment. I think the reason he lawyer speaks, and like so obviously, is because he's trying not to set fires. Like I think he's trying to build bridges and acknowledge people, but also is, and that's part of the stress on and tiredness on his face, is like he knows no matter what he says, he is going to get taken to the cleaners on the forums 2 seconds ago. Before he even spoke, somebody was trashing him on the forums about what he said. What I'm really excited about from ZA is the combat. I used to want that kind of combat in Pokemon so badly, like back in like Gold Silver days. So I'm thrilled to finally get to see what that would feel like in Pokemon. I got to play a little bit of Pokken Tournament, which also scratched that itch a little bit, but I didn't own it. So I'm excited to have some of that vibe in ZA. I did watch some of the clips from Worlds. I think that was where the main thing I remember taking away from it was the battle style footage. I will keep an eye out for it, Zarka. I probably before I do mythics with people that I'm not super familiar with, I would feel obligated to try to go learn something about my class, which I just haven't done. I haven't done in a long time, because I've just been playing solo and so casually. So I don't. I mean, you did some mythic, or not mythic. You did some delves with me, and you know, my gear and experience is not quite up to date at the moment. Absolutely correct, in my opinion, Sunvale.
I cannot carry anymore.
Most likely the random guild invites that you're receiving are like from an add-on. A long time ago they made that not against the rules to just mass invite people. the guilds that you are getting mass invited to, like, are going to be hit and miss. Some of them, like, are going to be fine for conversation, but, like, they're not going to be, like, super deep experiences, where, like, you make lifelong friends, most likely. You might. Very occasionally, those random invites are actually, like, to a spam guild. So, like, somebody will have their guild messages of today set to, like, a scam website, and you can go there and buy gold and then get your account stolen, probably. So don't stay in any of those guilds. But if you're just, like, looking for people to chat with, it's not necessarily a terrible idea to accept a guild invite from a name you think is cool or funny. But I think probably the thing to do is either to ask in LFG or to try to, or look at the channel looking for group. I pulled.
I need to get closer.
To ask in LFG for suggestions for, like, what I would say is like a social leveling guild. Those are kind of the buzzwords. A social leveling guild for a new player. And you'll probably have somebody reach out and give you a suggestion on that. You should not really be expected to, like, contribute gold or anything to a guild bank, especially, like, right off if you're not part of the raid team or something. Somebody might be trying to take advantage of you if they ask. Don't necessarily expect that people are always going to drop everything to want to do content with you, but you definitely help build the culture that you get in a guild. So if people ask for help with dungeons and you don't need that dungeon, but you want them to join your dungeon runs later, try to make time to help people out. That would be some of my advice on looking for a guild initially. There used to be other resources, like going on the official forums and stuff, and I just don't see that being as effective these days, but it is worth looking to see if Pagel's forum on the official WoW forums does have active guild ads, or maybe like a unofficial Pagel Discord server. That might be a place to look as well. Awesome, Zarka. Well, then you may have a tank option on your friends list. As soon as I have the eye level to queue for these things. Or not queue, but to enter the dungeon on some of these things. Why didn't I get credit for killing him? I guess I didn't pick it up fast enough. Oh well. Alright, we are level 19. It is going good. The one guild invite I am incredibly sad that I did not accept was the first time I was playing Classic Hardcore. I got a random guild invite to the guild Full Throttle Axolotl, and I can't find them anymore. I don't think they exist. I've missed my opportunity. I will never be a member of Full Throttle Axolotl. And that will that will be one of my greatest WoW regrets ever, I think. Yes, Zarka is right as well. If you are chatty in dungeon groups and friendly, and people reciprocate on that, there is a good chance that that is one of your best ways to make friends these days. And you should ask if you want to about their guild. They might be interested in having you join. What I'm getting from what Songvale said is Songvale is going to become a guild master once again of a guild called Full Throttle Axolotl to ensure that I will get to be part of such a community. I know! I love that guild name. I'm standing up for just a second. I need to get a charger for my phone. Otherwise, I am going to lose the chat, and that will be very sad. Songvale is my hero. I'm sorry to everyone else who wanted that title. Songvale's taken it. Songvale is my GM. I am plugged in. I am back. I feel like at this point, though, I have, yeah, definitively out-leveled this zone. So, I think I'm gonna buy into the dungeon spam. I think that's where I'm at now. We're gonna do it, and then we'll go back to Stormwind so that we can transmog and not look. You can't see my hands. I'm gesturing to my character. Look like this. Oh, I forgot these things. Ooh, it's good that I picked this up. This is disappearing to a character that doesn't exist anymore. That wouldn't have been good. Okay, we're gonna have to resolve that problem. I forgot, and all these things are awesome. Nice. Nice. Okay. That's true. I forgot that I could gesture. My mouse icon is literally a hand. I could have gestured with my hand. Wouldn't it have been fun back in the day if they, like, changed the gauntlet icon based on what your character was actually wearing on their hands? I think that would have been awesome. Alright, we're going up in the world.
Have a good one.
I think I'm gonna hit the auction house and buy some bags, because I'm not really feeling my inability to buy anything. Or not to buy, to loot things. Oh, Mew. Do you recognize this dance? Look at the Pandaran female dance.
Wow, wow.
Hopefully you saw it, because I'm gonna move on, but it's adorable. Alright, to Stormwind for inventory management. Inevitably, now that my inventory is completely full, I won't make it there before the queue pops again. Oh well. I now want to sing Caramel Dancin', but I don't remember the words, and the way that the song is sung makes me want to sing it very, very high. I am not good at like hearing a song and then being like, I'll sing it in a natural key for my voice. No. The way that I sing is that I try to mimic the singer as closely as possible, accents and pitch and all. So if I attempted to sing Caramel Dancin' with my voice, which is not that high, it would not turn out good. But I want to now. It's stuck in my head. I have to think of a different song to sing. I'm gonna reach the part of my streaming career where I sing. I hope you all are ready. Absolute silence. No one's ready! Oh, that's totally fine. the main thing was probably what you're looking for in a guild is called a social leveling guild. On your server, like go and looking for group and say you're a new player looking for a social leveling guild to have fun adventures with and learn the game through. The other thing you can do is if you are in dungeon groups or happen to do world content and you notice that someone is from your server, being friendly and chatty in that group is a good opportunity to make a friend and see if they want to queue for dungeons again or maybe ask about their guild. Probably would be some of the best options at this point. You also could check the official World of Warcraft forum for Pagel. Most likely that forum is not that popular, but there might be a thread, from the last year where someone has made like an unofficial Pagel server Discord, and those types of servers tend to be more active and might have some good suggestions for guilds that are just friendly hangout spaces. Yeah. But kind of like, we were observing before, it seems like Classic has a higher density of, like, helpful, chill people than are obvious in the current retail version of the game, so I don't think you're going to have a super hard time finding that. I hope you won't. I haven't played on Pagel, so I don't know if what I'm saying actually doesn't apply to Pagel at all. But I'm too lazy to deal with my inventory right now, so I'm just putting it all in the bank. Let's go buy bags. Yeah, I think that will help. And in Classic, it is a lot more common to still, like, be chatty in groups and stuff like that in a way that's died off in retail. But you're playing the right version of the game for you. I would say definitely keep that up, because that's also a good way to do it. You can accept a random guild invite. A lot of times those will be, like, social chatty guilds, but they also are a mass invite, so they're not pre-screening for people. So sometimes the people that have happened to collect there might be negative or might be really crass or something like that. So it might take some doing. If they, like, random invite you without a whisper, I honestly don't think you need to feel that bad or weird about quitting the guild after, 10 minutes if it becomes immediately obvious it's not for you. If you accept a random guild invite, this isn't super common, but it does happen. Some of those invites are like automated bots, and the guild's purpose is literally to advertise like a gold selling site that compromises your account. So if you join a guild like that, your account's not compromised. Don't worry about that. But don't go to like any website posted in the message of the day that says like buy gold at some random website.com. Like, don't do that. So most likely, if that's the one it served you, it's the one that like Blizzard has decided is best for new players. So what that probably means is that it wasn't so busy that it's or like so many people there that there are queue times or like server stability issues because there's too many people on, but also that it's not empty, that there is people playing for you to run into. So that probably was a fairly reasonable choice to play on Pagel if that's what it served you. I think it probably depends on what you want out of a guild or what you're trying to do. As far as just like getting a guild tag going, not really. There's just like an NPC you go to and get an item, and then you have to get like 4 other player characters to sign it for you, which some people will do like for free, but they won't stay in the guild necessarily. They'll leave once the guild's formed. It can be genuinely hard if you're like just one person to recruit other people because there's not a whole lot going on. But I would say if you can make like 2 or 3 friends and then start a guild together, that's easier because any new person joining like has a social structure to join and be included in a way that like just one person joining one person in a guild can be kind of awkward. Sorry, I just saw the how long are you gonna stream. I don't know, but probably longer than your shower will take. So I should be here when you're back. Songvale is correct. At one time it was 9 other people. Later it was changed to 5. I have been a guild leader before, but not for many years. It is really rewarding, but a lot of times as the guild leader, you are the one that, like, you're the mover and shaker, and the guild does not last if you are not online for a couple hours every day. Because oftentimes the guild leader is the one now who actually prompts people to be like, hey, like, let's chat, let's go do something together. People often need that service from their guild leader to get them to hang out with one another. Yes, you can pass guild leadership to other players if you wanted to do that and decided that it wasn't for you, or that it had been for you but now you were done. Okay, I'm here to get a bag. This queue is actually taking a really long time. Oh, there, it's higher. It was like 2 minutes when I started out, saying 8 minutes. People must be coming home and queuing as DPS. Container. Bag. Okay. 8 slot, 8 slot, 10 slot, 10 slot. Admittedly, I know somebody who was offering me netherweave bags. Oh wait, no, I think that was Horde side. I don't think they have netherweave bags Lion side. I think we're gonna go with red mage weave, and we're gonna get a couple of them. Let's see. We'll get 3. That should put us in a good spot, and then I'll put one of these bags in the bank. Alright, thank you very much. We will see you when you get back, Photon.
Greetings.
Hello, kitty. My ferrets are currently at Songvale's place. They are very cute.
The Alliance.
Oh, joining a group in progress. Hey, I think this this monk was in my last group. That's interesting. Trying to reposition my mic here a little bit. Something feels like it's shifted about it. Now I can't get my hand in under it. I think I've got it. The mic has moved, so I apologize if the sound quality has shifted. I feel like I can't work on that right now. I need to participate in the dungeon. I think the mic arm is very slowly moving because all of a sudden it's different. It's really different. Really not sure what's going on with it, but we press on, we stay focused, we continue leveling at a somewhat fast pace.
Not enough energy. I do not have enough energy. I cannot attack that.
Oh yeah, that that absolutely exists on classic servers. I think the challenge is finding the balance, like what is the right population, like quantity of people for a guild like that, just because turnover rate can be high until the people are like all genuinely friends with one another. And then also what really varies is like how many hours per day or per week are people spending on World of Warcraft. That's really important to get people to like care about one another and want to help one another, and feel like it's a community rather than like a random group in a game that often like they don't even really realize or feel like are real people. But yeah, it's a social leveling guild with to start. But even like social leveling guilds often eventually have enough people that are up at max level that they're doing dungeons for sure, if not raiding content. Or sometimes guilds like that will like form kind of alliances with other guilds with similar low but friendly populations, so that they can put together a raid team together.
Not enough energy. I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy. Not ready yet. I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy. I cannot do that.
I would also like to thank, I'm not sure who it is because I don't have like stream alerts. I just noticed that there are 13 followers now. So thank you to those who have followed during this stream if you are still here. I have a question for people posting in the chat who spend time on Twitch. Do you like being called out when you follow? I find it kind of embarrassing most of the time, so I will like wait until the streamer like goes AFK, or even I'll like bookmark the streamer so that I'll come back when they're not live and like follow them while they're offline, so that it doesn't pop up on the stream and they feel like obligated to say like thanks Starsworn for joining this stream type of thing. But I know some people like it, and so I haven't decided if I should have an add-on like that alerts me so that I can acknowledge people. Please give me your opinions if you like being called out when you follow on Twitch. Were people like chatting in the city or just kind of moving around going about their business?
I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy. I need a target.
One thing I've heard of is like people having it set up where like they can redeem the little points thing at the bottom of the chat box to like announce like, hey, I've just followed, or something like that for like one channel point, so that they can announce themselves if they want to. I kind of like that idea, but given that that's not super common, I don't know how many people know to like look for that option to alert themselves, you know?
I need to target something first.
Thank you for the opinions on the follow callouts. I am a fairly new streamer, so I appreciate the insight as I try to decide what I want to do in my stream. Maybe I will do that, where it says like, thank you for the follow, but doesn't specifically call out who did it in case they don't want to be called out. Like, it just says thank you for the follow, but doesn't call out their username. Yeah, I will have to figure out how to like get a bot or something that like alerts me to the fact that someone followed, though. Streamlabs, okay. I'm just using OBS. I could not figure out Streamlabs. I did not try very hard. but I will take a look at that and see how to do it. Thank you. I agree, though, that that's one of the cool things about an MMO is to, like, have this moment where you take a step back and you realize that, like, all the people running around are, like, other people, like, at a keyboard somewhere on Earth, doing the same thing as you. There is a really neat coming together in a space that is, like, this fantasy world, that is really cool. And again, something that the slower pace of Classic really gives you a chance to appreciate. Yup, I'm in the same boat. I have 13 followers, but for some reason the achievement thinks I only have 12 followers, which some people are like, oh, it'll update in a few days. It won't. I don't know why. I don't know if one of those followers is, like, so old, because this account is not new, even though I just started streaming, like, 2 months ago. That, like, the follower is so old that the achievement doesn't pick it up, or maybe they got, like, banned from Twitch or something. I'm not sure. But I also am still on the journey to affiliate. I admit that I would not mind making income from doing this, even if it's just, like, enough income to pay my WoW sub or something. But my big goal is to make even solo gaming into a potentially social gaming activity for me, because that really helps with my attention and interest when what I'm doing is serving a social purpose. Oh, thank you. Well, folks who know me for a while know that I seem like a good fit for streaming. I like talking. And I like talking to random people about the things that I enjoy. So, yeah, it would be great if streaming worked out for me. People who know Starsworn's like, yeah, Starsworn can talk.
I need to get closer. That ability is not ready yet. Not enough energy. I do not have enough energy.
Of course, now that we've acknowledged this, I have nothing to say. I don't know how to follow that statement.
I do not have enough energy.
This is where we loop back around to my my threat or offer, depending on your perspective, to begin singing.
I do not have enough energy.
I don't really have, like, I kind of looked at my phone, or like an older phone I have to use the webcam, which you could do with apps. I didn't really like how it looked. It was, like, pixelated and the lighting quality was really bad. I'm not always keen on... Sorry, just giving some direction to the group. I'm not always keen on my face or, like, how I look. One of the great things about the internet, or, like, the way the internet was prior to the Facebook era, was that we got to choose everything about our presentation. So, like, we picked our avatar, we picked our font color, which was effectively like our voice, right? All of that was completely in our control. And obviously when you start using your voice, when you start using a webcam, you start to have to be like it is in real life, where it's like what you got is what you are. And so I'm not really sure if I want to do that with a webcam or not. And also have to deal with the fact that, like, oh, then before I stream, I'd have to, like, brush my hair better than usual or something like that. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna go with a webcam or not in the future. Mic's working pretty good for me right now, though. I don't know, like, if it will scare people away. I feel like, especially in gaming, so I do art streaming as well, and over in art streaming, it's pretty typical, actually, to not have a webcam. Okay, hold on a second. We have missed a boss. Somehow. I feel like, so over in art, people will have no webcam, or they will use like a VTuber or like a PNG tuber where it's not their real face, but it's kind of like a drawn artistic representation of like a character for themselves. But in gaming, it seems like most people do have a webcam. I also kind of wonder, like, when I'm game streaming, am I going to get less traffic because I don't have the cam? So, I don't know. Oh, that's good to know. I was kind of wondering if I, like I said, was setting myself up for failure by not having big webcam plans right now. The other thing is, like, you need a backdrop then too, right? Or, like, at least to maybe be thoughtful about what's behind you. And I am in a studio apartment. I don't have loads of room. In fact, the way my mic is set up right now, it is on a mic arm that is attached to a dresser, and the dresser is what my computer is sitting on. So, like, it is a super janky setup. It's super janky. And honestly, if I had to pick, like, the cool thing to have behind me, it would be the dresser that unfortunately the computer sits on. So, I don't have a great way to provide a cool cam experience. But I definitely don't feel like having a cam is something that discourages people from clicking on it. You know, provided you're not, I was gonna say provided you're not like covered in blood and like unclean, but honestly, I feel like if that was your brand, they probably could get like some really edgy people to click on it if you were like, hello, the performance character is punk vampire. You're right, I forgot about that. Although I'm never clear on hardcore moments, like how quote-unquote big are those streamers. Like they might not be streaming to anybody and like submitting their own clip, or it might be their fans doing it. I don't know. That makes sense too, because they're giving more of their screen over to the gameplay. But then when they're just starting for the day or stopping for the day or taking a break, then they are there as a person to interact with their chat. I admit that I am kind of interested in like a PNG or VTuber character that can like shapeshift. So it's like, oh, if I'm angry, then like I'm a little, you know, angry kitsune fox person, and generally speaking, I'm like a friendly, well put together elf, librarian, sorcerer person or something like that. I think that would be fun. I do feel like if I had a webcam, I have these like costume elf ears that I love wearing, and I honestly think make my face look better. I would absolutely. I am 99% sure that if I decide to have a cam at some point, my visual look defining feature would be that I would wear elf ears while streaming, but potentially not acknowledge them at all. And see, now that's the kind of feature that would either bring people in, they'd be for it, or they would never click, or they'd come in and be like, oh my goodness, what is this person doing? I'm leaving. Maybe I should like try to become part of a group. We could become like an elf streamer squad. Elven Circle. I don't know how those like Twitch teams get made that people are on. Like I don't seem to have an option for one, so maybe they're like an affiliate or a partner thing or something. But Circle of Elves or Elven Circle sounds cool. I feel like Songvale, if you ever start streaming, we should start a group called Elven Circle, and we will refer people to each other's streams. This is my dream. But I also love you as a supporting cast member of this stream. You don't have to stream if you don't want to. I recognize that I enjoy public attention and conversation a lot more than you, generally speaking. There absolutely are. I don't know everything that it takes to, like, especially when people have really detailed ones that do like facial tracking and stuff like that. That does take a lot of skill and a lot of time, even for people who are skilled, to put those VTuber avatars together. But there absolutely are ones available that anybody can use. I might suggest looking up like whether or not free avatars for the game VR chat can be implemented in a software for VTubers, because there's lots and lots of free models available for VR chat players. You can just appear on my streams. Elf buddy. I'll tell you what, I know you're introverted, so probably it would be a big step for you. I mean, you could do silent stream, but it would be a big step for you to do voice. But what if you only appear on streams where we use webcam in real life and you have to appear as an elf? I know that, you know, if you just make it as scary as possible, then it becomes doable. Yes, we are all elves now. I say on one of the rare occasions that I am not actively playing an elf character. Level 20 is not bad, and see, like, this is the point of streaming, because I haven't wanted to do this. I'm like, I just want to be 85. Like, should I buy a boost? No, I shouldn't buy a boost. I'm not made of money. And I'm like chit-chatting in Twitch. I have no idea how much time has passed. Oh, yeah, almost 3 hours. This has felt like nothing, and it's been really fun. So, this is great. This is exactly what I want from streaming. Yes, I would be excited for you to elf stream with me. Hello, Keeny Ed Keith. I have to read this not sideways. Hello, Keeny Ed Keith. How are you doing today? Welcome back, Photon Debugger. We are still doing the same thing. We are still level grinding, but we are also discussing the viability of streaming as VTubers, or as a cam, but wearing elf ears. Still a dungeon crawl, yes. Sounds good, Angry Mouse. I hope that your meal is delicious. I do not know how much longer I'm going to be streaming for. I'm feeling good, so I don't feel like my stream will be ending soon. But if it ends and I don't gotta get something going myself, perhaps I shall pop over and check out yours as well. You have been very friendly and fun hanging out here, and I appreciate that.
I do not have enough energy.
Keen-eyed Keith. Okay. You know, I said I was going to be streaming for a while yet. In light of this current embarrassment, I will be ending stream immediately. And not coming back ever again. I'm kidding, but I'm sorry, Keen-eyed Keith. I'm genuinely not sure how I failed to read that badly. So sorry. How are you doing today, Keith? Or Keen-eyed Keith? My punishment is that I have to keep streaming. Oh no, my punishment is that I must endure further shame. Yeah, so like, would you agree Photon, that like model rigging is doable with tutorials, but extremely, extremely time consuming. How, like, so I have another friend who does streaming, but I can't remember her username right now, and I feel bad about it, but I don't want to use her real name because I don't know if she uses her real name. She takes, like, or used to take, like, VTuber commissions, and she did stream while she was doing the rigging. I don't know if she, like, made money off her streams, but she took commissions for these, and she would take weeks of like doing multiple hours of rigging a day, like on Twitch hanging out, and the cost for the art and the rigging was like between $600 and $800, which sounds like a lot of money, but at the end of the day, how many hours she had spent doing it, it was like less than $10 an hour. You know, and I don't know if she was doing like a particularly amazing detail job or what. Yeah, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is, how approachable do you think it would be if I tried to do it myself, to make myself an elf VTuber? That is why I started streaming today, Keith. I want to see Pandaria content. What are you leveling? What version of the game are you playing? Yeah, and she had it all in different layers, like for the mouth and the eyes and like different elements of the clothing and stuff like that, and she had it all like physics rigged up and stuff like that too. I feel really weird about the fact that I can't remember her name. I'm gonna go briefly look while we wait in the queue for the next one. Give me just a second, folks. I need to remember my friend's name. How can I see the people that I following? Channels. She hasn't streamed for a while, so she's pretty far to... Oh, she does just use her name. Her name's Casey, like, and her username is Casey Souse, which I can type if she... She currently, I think, is mostly away... That's her Twitch name. She currently is mostly away from Twitch. She is currently teaching English in Japan, so I don't think she has as much time to do art and stuff, as that is a more than full-time job just for her employment portion of it, but then also because she is not completely fluent in the language, just daily life tasks are much more time-consuming for her, so I don't think she streams while she is abroad, but yeah, I used to watch her make stuff. Let's see, it's very approachable, especially because a lot of free assets. Oh, cool. Yeah, like, I mean, I messed with Blender a long time ago, so I feel like I probably could figure it out, but most likely, honestly, something I'd really like to learn to do is paint textures for models. So even if I just found a model that had, like, the anatomy and the bones for rigging that worked for basically what I wanted, it might honestly be really fun to paint my own texture for a VTuber model. Yeah, I almost said Monk Classic 3 times. MOP Classic, what server are you on? I am specifically leveling this Panda because I think she's the character that I want to do Pandaria on. Pandaria was like my original favorite expansion, and playing through the storyline, I'm a lore and storyline person, was moving for me and would be good for me to do again, I think. But I don't want to pay for a boost. I have some higher level Horde characters because I was playing Classic back in the Burning Crusade era of Classic. But the friend who was actively playing MOP was Alliance, so I am trying to level an Alliance alt. Yes! People did not understand MOP at the time. I'm so glad that more people get it now. I am over on the roleplay server, Bloodsail Buccaneers, but what's the community like on Gehennas? Is that PvE or PvP? That's true. I guess you're right. Like when I was watching her, she wasn't texturing a 3D model. It was 2D planes with some very, very clever software tricks. But if there still was templates, like at least then I wouldn't have to get the silhouette correct. I was showing you that painting copy that I had done of the WoW shield model, and the VTuber avatar template would allow me to do something similar. WoW is not the same if you play it by yourself, so that was probably the right call as long as the PvP playstyle does not particularly offend you. If anybody's wondering what we're doing right now, I could pick a new questing zone to go through while we are working, or while we're between dungeons, but I'm going to go ahead and get my mount first since I have hit level 20. Okay. So that's what I need to look up. And then I will give myself the elven visage, which I desire. Is it a subscription, or do you pay a one-time fee? 4 gold! I really didn't expect to get this far and then not have enough gold. I thought it wasn't gonna be like this. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, I'm sure we will get to 5 gold very soon. Also, I love a flat fee. I would much rather pay for a flat fee than a subscription, not gonna lie. I'm gonna... I assume you must be playing on Horde. Yeah, you said monk, leveling a warlock, but you did not state a faction. You must be Horde. I am almost always Horde. I have no idea if I've said that in recent memory. Here's where we get to the part of the stream where I don't know what I've said yet in the last 5 minutes. I'm usually Horde. I just happen to be Alliance because that person was playing Alliance and had a lead on a guild with a culture that I might have enjoyed. I need to stand up for just a moment, so I'm going to enact that great WoW tradition where you've been waiting in a dungeon queue as DPS, and then all of a sudden you really have to go to the bathroom, so you stand up and, oh my god, okay, just kidding, we're not going to take a break and go to the bathroom, we're going to do the dungeon, because it happened. Thank you for hydration check. I am drinking water. Although I have to say, if I was not drinking water, then I wouldn't need to take a bathroom break as the dungeon queue pops. Please. I have always rolled Panda Monk, to the point where, like, I always think that the role is their racial ability. I have been really enjoying doing Rogue this time, though, because I did not realize how cool their weapon animations were. Also, in Pandaria Remix last summer, I did I think he was Arms, yeah. Arms Pandaren Warrior on, like, the male model, with, like, really flowy shoulder armor. It was like the capelet thing that they've had on the what's it called, the trading post, and like the swooshiness of that was awesome. Like, it looked so cool as he like spun and ducked and wove, like it's wove. So I don't know how much you're into animations, but I encourage you, if you like the panda animations, to try another class as a panda. They have some really cool stuff going on. Carrot! That's so cute! I have a couple of pet ferrets. Their names are Sakura and Haruko. And their first, like, toy set was this little, it's like a foam, it's in fabric. Don't give your ferrets foam. It's a huge blockage risk, and if it gets stuck in their intestines, they die. But it's like a stuffed brown square with, like, kind of sculpted holes in it. And then there's these plushy carrots that are in the holes, and they, like, pull the carrots out. And, now I have a special affection for carrots after watching them play with their carrot toy. Actually, Songvale, do you know my YouTube channel, right? There is a video called Sakura Brings in the Whole Harvest. Can you get a link and post it in the chat? I need people to watch how cute she is as she literally picks 16 carrots over the course of 2 minutes and drags them into her into her house. The ferrets do a behavior called stashing, which is like caching behavior. So like the idea more or less would be to like stockpile food, in the same way that like we'd put it in a fridge. Like they pick a spot of their den underground to like hide more food in. So ferrets do it too. They'll like pile up all their toys in like one dark area, and that's what she's doing in the video.
I do not have enough energy.
I do like anime, and I have been into anime for many years, but I have never consumed One Piece beyond the banger of a theme song that 4Kids wrote for it, and I understand the 4Kids dub was really bad. I know 4Kids did everybody dirty back in the day, but I did really like their openings.
Not enough energy. I need a positive.
Who is Carrot in the context of One Piece? Would I recognize the character? Like if I had just existed in anime culture periphery, is she someone or he someone? I guess she probably. Is she somebody that's like on the posters usually? Is she the orange-haired one? Like orange blonde-haired person from the main cast? Yeah, I think a PNG tuber is probably the more approachable thing for me personally to do, like from scratch. But admittedly, if I could like find a template where I just have to like edit all of the layers, or more importantly, where just the anatomy for proportions between like the head and the shoulders or whatever is like already set up. Also the hair. I really struggle with drawing hair. My hair always looks really bad. Then a VTuber might be within reach for me. Okay. I apologize, Keith, for not knowing your business, but I am excited that you were able to get a name from a character that I assume you care about. I don't think they will. I am a new streamer. I don't have like a bunch of bots and stuff configured. When spam bots come in here and offer to sell me viewers, they don't get deleted right away. So I'm assuming that you probably can post a link and it will not get deleted. The Songvale was, can you go to my YouTube channel and find that 2-minute video called Sakura Brings in the Whole Harvest so that I can explain how cute Carrots for Ferrets is? Although I realize that I may be disappointing Keith by not knowing. I'm not a real anime fan. Much like I'm not a real gamer in that like I put hundreds of hours into World of Warcraft and Pokemon, but actually am not amazingly good at either of those games franchises. I consider myself an anime fan and yet have seen very few of the major long-running anime. Great. Glad to hear it. I am happy to hear about your enjoyment of your character, or of the character. I just don't have that knowledge myself. Why am I suddenly super heavy? That must have been part of the ice move that she used. Interesting. I think the thing, so Photon's having the same issue where it's like, you should come try Final Fantasy. And I think I'm at this point where like I don't have enough time to engage deeply with because I'm a lore person, right? I don't have enough time to engage deeply with new worlds. I don't have enough time to engage deeply with the worlds that I'm still in, like being an adult with a full-time job, etc. And so it's really hard for me to commit to starting a new world or a new long-running franchise, and I am somebody who like wants to genuinely commit when I do. So like once I start, I'm not planning on like, oh, let's just do it for an hour. I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be my life for the next month. And so a lot of those things, like Naruto's the same way, where I feel like I missed out on a cultural moment not being super into it, but also now it's too late. There's too much for me to get into. Genshin Impact, also the same thing. Yeah, if you could send the link here, Songvale, just in case anybody needs to watch a cute ferret video today. Or if they just thought my story sounded cute, then they can watch it. The YouTube channel doesn't really... I'm going to make it an archive for my own purposes of streams, but there's really not any content on there. It's got bizarre stuff. It's mostly pet videos and then a clip of some bizarre statues I saw one time in Japan. It's not really a content creator YouTube channel. It is in fact a traditional you as in YouTuber channel.
I cannot loot that right now.
Why? Who? Like, can't I add new people to this group? Oh, are we in the queue? We are. Oh, we just don't have a tank. That's why it's taking so long. Okay. No. Honestly, so I have a friend who's really into Genshin and like walked me through this whole portion of the game that had like an aesthetic I really enjoyed with like a judge character and like this city of justice. And also like the main judge character shares a voice actor with a World of Warcraft character that I absolutely adore named Denathrius. Although his personality is very, very different from the character in Genshin. So I really enjoyed that. I regret not getting it on the ground floor of Genshin a decade ago. The terrifying statues at Taco Bell are truly awful. Just so I know, Keith, did you attempt to post a link and it got deleted to a picture of the character? Oh, I bet so, because I think Songvale posted a link, because I just see asterisks, but I'm betting... Yes, it is Fontaine Photon. I'm betting that was the attempted link to the video. I would really like for us to stop and wait for a tank in this group. We're just going for it. And I'm not able to contribute that much because it's queuing me into enemies where oh, yay, we get a tank. Okay, it does look like it's gonna delete attempted links. Well, since she sent it to me on Discord, I will post it in the chat for all y'all real quick. Alright, next stream I will have links be allowed until I am a mega streamer and then people are misusing the privilege. I don't understand how the spam bots are posting links in my chat then. Oh yeah, it might be in a queue. No. There's a thing like on the app that is like, it's called like ready for something, like moderation action, like it's supposed to catch potentially problematic messages and let me have an opinion on them. But there's nothing in there right now. It just decided that your message is not allowed. Yeah, Keith's did not work either. I am sorry, Keith. If I was not in a dungeon, okay, remind me when this dungeon group is over and I will go find the setting and change it. But I feel it was one thing to alt tab for a second and a half to grab the link out of Discord and throw it in the chat. It will be another to Google a tutorial on Twitch chat settings and change permissions. That makes sense that, like, to the person who posted it, it looks like it worked because then it prevents them from being able to see whether or not they successfully bypassed the thing. And they have to just give up. I understand what they're doing, but I don't want protection. I'm not popular enough to be misused yet. This is not a challenge, by the way, for anybody currently chatting or who is lurking to attempt to misuse my chat. If you notice the rules down below, it says you have to be good. With a capital G, morally good and altruistic. I feel like I am not contributing meaningfully to the group. I feel like I probably should get a DPS meter so I can figure out if I am breaking my curse of being not good at rogue. For many years I have been bad at rogue. I feel like that wasn't happening before because I had plenty of energy all the time. But I notice in this dungeon specifically, now that I am level 20, I'm starting to never have any energy. Thank you. I love them. They are very good. We are going to die.
I do not have enough energy.
Creator dashboard settings moderation. Okay. Well, if we wipe, I will... okay, I'm dead. I should have used this stun. Sorry to everyone watching, expecting amazing gameplay. I must enter. We still have to remember how to enter. Oh. Well, that's lame. You're not gonna make me get lost forever down here? Okay. The tank died and left, I think. Great, we have some new gear, so hopefully we will be more helpful in the next encounter. Is this an upgrade? Yes. That is an upgrade because I have literally nothing. Okay. Yeah, Warlock is really tough because everything's a dot, so like, you're great on a boss as long as there isn't somebody who is just damn near one-shotting bosses. But it is really tough when you're leveling. I feel like I might have that experience sometimes on Mage too, depending on what, like if you're playing Fire, there's a lot of instant casts, but welcome to the trials of a new streamer. While I am here figuring out my setup, I'm gonna ask lots of questions. The current question that I'm prefacing right now was, I just sneezed. Did you all have to hear it? Or did I successfully not have you experience the sneeze by turning away from the mic? Okay, I'm sorry. In the future, I will unplug my mic when I think I'm going to sneeze. I'm sorry. And also probably watching the screen, huh? I'm a little too focused on my chat. I will now ignore you for 10 seconds. Hello chat, I'm back. I will work on a mute hotkey in the future. The reason why I've stealth is because I remembered that it is a movement speed increase for me. Thank you. I appreciate the concern for my well-being. I apologize if anybody was on high fidelity headphones, I do notice that the viewer count has dropped 1 since I sneezed, and I take full responsibility for that. I usually read quests, and in fact, I try to do like voice acting while I'm here, because my goal is to get to Pandaria as fast as possible. I am dungeon spamming on this character today. Earlier this morning, to get to 15, I did read quests out loud with attempted voice acting in Westfall, but while I'm doing dungeons, again, because I feel kind of bad to not be really on task for the sake of my group mates, I have not been reading the quest text for the dungeon quests. But if you would like to see quest texts or hear quest text get read to you, whatever quest I am currently doing, I will be reading to the chat. My WoW lore understanding, I do read quests, but I didn't really get into like the lore of WoW specifically until, like, in a serious way, until Wrath. I was kind of interested in it, but not deeply. I didn't know loads about it. So from the time I started in vanilla going forward, I either just totally made it up, I maybe noticed something in a quest from time to time, or I was on whatever the current version of the Warcraft wiki was at the time. So like, a long time ago, it was WoW Wiki, and then it was Wowpedia, and now these days it's Warcraft Wiki. So I really like reading that site because I feel like it puts it all together, and I'm unlikely to miss anything, either because I didn't see a quest or just because the quest text is not clear. All right, we have a full group again, and we are good to go. I haven't heard about a miscommunication on the story, or at least I don't think I have. What miscommunication was there? I remember being like aesthetically confused about it when it came out because I was not used to the idea of like science fantasy at all. So I was not, like, now I'm into it, especially because I care about like WoW lore on the whole, so it does have context. But at the time I was like, what the heck? I was playing my high fantasy game and now there's like spaceships. I don't like it. Of course, these days now, like, the Draenei is one of my favorite races, and I almost never play anything but Blood Elves, barring current gameplay. So I feel differently about Burning Crusade these days, but at the time I did not care for it. I am standing still to explain to somebody in the chat where we are, because this dungeon doesn't really make it clear that this map is connected to another chunk of the map, and they can't find us, so that's why I'm standing there, but also not acknowledging you. I understand it, the team that was working on it was not well versed in it and started development with the idea that Illidan was the leader of the Burning Crusade, so that's pretty funny. You know, honestly, that makes sense. I feel like I thought that. Like, at the time, I was very confused because I just sort of expected that all the demons were on the same side. So I did not understand the Illidari weren't the Burning Legion. And I guess I appreciate that maybe that wasn't just my own lack of lore understanding that was narratively confusing
Not enough energy.
because of who made the game. Eloquence. I've heard other stories like that too, like in Legion, Evan Walker was, or Evan Horn was Rathian until someone pointed out that like Rathian's 4, he can't have been with these Tauren for generations, and they were like, oh, so they had to invent a new character.
I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy. I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy.
That is super cool. See, this is what I mean, like, anytime you're frustrated with the game, and you're like, these people don't care, it is usually worth it to go learn actual, developer stories or things like that. You usually find out that a lot of times many of the frontline people really did care, and they were doing their best, and something that wasn't negligence or, like, open disdain for players was the reason. And I don't think it helps anybody to like put the social poison in the water to insinuate that the reason people are doing this is because they're malicious in some way towards the players. I feel like it normalizes it. So I work with kids. I teach preteens, and it's really obvious to me that the things that maybe older gamers realize is supposed to be sarcastic, or at least many of them realize is sort of sarcastic, or is like an overstatement of the situation in negative terms for humor's sake, they take literally. So they think that like just communicating in like a toxic, like really expecting the worst of everyone to be normal, and that impacts not only like their assumptions about the other people that they're talking to, but also it impacts how they think they need to behave. So if they are used to hearing about how like the developers of their favorite game or leaders of a sports team or something just don't care about people and are jerks and are just out to make money, like they take that as a role model to like they have the sense that like the right way or the good way to be is somebody who doesn't care and hates the players or hates their customer or whatever. They don't realize that like it's a parody and that's not okay. So anyway, there's my soapbox for this 5 minutes, where I don't think we should lean into that behavior or those talking points. It makes sense though, because the way that we learn language or learn cultural norms is not like, we don't sit down with a dictionary, right? Like we just mimic the people around us. But if the people around us don't realize that's going on, you don't realize what other people are learning from you in just mimicking you at face value. Especially when like your brain literally is not making some of those connections, or like they don't have the knowledge to know that it's sarcasm. They can't tell. I have not heard of Lore Runner's Lore Run. Is it a Twitch channel or is it a YouTube channel, Keith? I could see it being either one. This that gave me a bunch of gold for some reason. We can get him out. Yay! Alright, my plan to only wear gear that I like the appearance of is falling apart. This is what happens when you prioritize progress over depth. I'm ashamed. Wait, probably faster rather than using that to look at these. Okay. So our options are purple, blue, black. I think I like the brown one if I recall. Brown. I like him. He's good. I might go with brown.
me of your
Or unless there's a green one. Oh, they do have the green. Oh, the green one's nice. We're gonna go with the green one.
May you find mastery in your passions.
We got a mount. I forgot that I had other mounts. Mount. When was the last time that I ran around at 60%? Actually, I guess that's sort of disingenuous to say. I have a 49 hunter or 48 hunter in hardcore, and he has a mount, so that was the last time that I did this. It was like 2 months ago. Twitch, okay. He only got up to Legion. Is he still going now? Is he doing like every quest in the game, like in order? That is sick. I admire that. Okay, before I requeue, I am going to take a bathroom break. So let's all get up, have a stretch, go to the bathroom, get the hydration that we've been skipping 4 days, or get the snack that makes us happy. And our happiness right now is an important mental health need over our physical health. Whatever it is you need. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Wow, this place is polluted and sad. We'll be right back. I don't know if it's been 2 minutes or not, but I am back. Totally fair to stop if he is not enjoying it anymore. That is really cool, though. I feel like I'm gonna have to check that out. Thank you for the welcome back. Did anybody else successfully get a drink, a snack that made them happy, or use this time to go to the bathroom? You gotta be taking care of yourselves, folks. Hope you did. Alright, let us requeue, and we will continue our dungeon spam. Although I have to say, I am not selling myself as somebody who reads the quest very well here at all. But I appreciate all y'all keeping me company so that I can get to the questing content I actually want to read, which is in Pandaria. I don't know how I misread your message, Photon Debugger, but I said, or I misread it as I watered the rest of my eyes. And I think what I'm concerned about right now is my own brain, because I'm really not sure what, like what other chat message I must have skimmed while skimming yours? Because those words aren't even in the sentence. Yep, this is now an old god stream. If you are not covered in, like, tentacles and void ooze, I'm gonna have to ask you to close the tab. Just kidding, please don't leave. This is way more fun with you here. But consider joining the void in the future. I don't like advocating for this. I'm really more of a side of good thing. If you would like to try to master the void for good ends, like purportedly the void elves are doing, but in a really dumb way, consider staying. Great. I hope they feel fleshed out and cleaned, Photon. I don't want to exercise. I'm streaming on Twitch. I know there's a difference between exercise and exercise. Calm down. I'm not sure what the chat could do to exercise me, to be honest. We can't even post GIFs, so we can't post that one with the giant, like, saging going on. This is so sad. People who did not play vanilla as role players will never understand how much of a personal attack it was to get rid of the park specifically. Thank you, Angry Mouse. I am glad that you had a good time, and I hope your stream goes well and you are able to find the guild you are looking for, and hopefully I'll catch you again sometime. Mouse is a better name than Angry Mouse, yes. Hello, Ashura. Thank you for coming and hanging out, and also for the park. Honestly, you know when you have those really specific memories of people? I have one really clearly of, like, running out of the park, like, from the Moonwell to here, to meet you between the gates, because you were gonna show me, like, a new Griffin Heart item thing. And I don't remember what it was, but I remember running through there specifically to meet you there one time. What is your... Oh, really? That's kind of cool. Do you have any idea what the item was you had made? I am waiting for my cue to pop. Well, at least we have the same vague memory together. What was your sewing project? Or is it a cosplay or something else? An overskirt, Expedition 33. Okay. I'm not... If I ever have any hopes of being in a content creator space, this is gonna have to change, but I don't understand what's popular or know at all. Can you explain briefly to me what is Expedition 33? I have picked up that it is a popular and in thing in the last several months. But what is it about? Turn-based RPG made by the French. Okay, so what does by the French mean? Does it mean, like, if I liked Code Lyoko, I will like this game? Because I loved Code Lyoko. It's very French inspired. Okay. Like, visually, I'm guessing is what you mean then? Alright, I might like this then. Maybe I should check this out. For some reason, I have the idea that it is a shooter game. Is that true, or am I confusing it with something else? Oh wait, is it like mature rated or something? Okay, well, I might have to think carefully about it. I honestly really like Baldur's Gate 3, and I just step carefully in that game. And I liked Mass Effect. I also, again, just step carefully in that game to avoid things I don't want to experience. Maybe I'll put it on my list. It's pretty new, so I'm assuming it is still a $60 game. General plot premise is that there's someone named the Paintress who paints numbers counting down on her monolith every year, and anyone the age of the number she paints dies, so she's counting down to the total extinction, and these expeditions set out to stop her. Cool. Oh, yeah, I might like this a lot, actually. Alright, somebody who has the ability to DM me on Discord, can you remind me, just like post a thing that just literally could just say Expedition 33 so I remember to like look at it when I'm not on stream?
That ability is not ready yet. I cannot do that. Not enough energy. I do not
Cool.
have energy. I need to target something first.
Thank you. Thank you, Sungvale. How close are you? Is like the overskirt near the beginning of the project or near the end?
That ability is not ready yet. Not enough energy. I do not have enough energy. I cannot do that.
Honestly, things you make yourself, I have a lot more attachment to them. I don't know, that might make it harder though to not have a huge closet of cosplays you'll never wear again because you're attached to them, so you don't want to get rid of them. But thank you, also Photon Debugger.
Not ready yet. Not enough energy. I cannot do that.
Bias binding. Oh my goodness. Alright, I gotta pay attention.
That ability is not ready yet. I cannot do that yet. Not ready yet. I cannot do that yet. Not ready yet.
I will let you know if I try that game. And also if I try that game, please do not be annoyed that I did not try Final Fantasy again. A single player RPG that goes in a straight line of story is much less daunting as an idea than an MMO is. Alright, well it seems like it is a strong check it out, and then I will know who you are cosplaying. I have a shirt that I started like binge sewing, like just a normal shirt for me. So anybody who's seen me in real life knows that a normal shirt for me is like somewhere between like a fantasy like Ren Fair cosplay and like mom died and we donated all of her church shirts to Goodwill. That is my shirt aesthetic in real life. And so I started making a shirt that goes with that is normal clothing for me, but maybe not for other people. And I got so close to the end. I really wanted to wear it on my last day at work teaching summer school, but I didn't finish it in time, and I haven't touched it again since. So I was hand sewing it for, man, I probably put close to like 20 hours into it in like less than a week. And then I failed to have it done in time for the last day of summer school, and I have not touched it since. I should finish that. Yeah, that'd be cool to finish this week, maybe. Before I have to go back to work, school year starting. But I share this because it's like, oh, I'd like to sew cool clothing and cosplay for myself. Hello, Dark Jelly. Welcome in. Why is that a Final Fantasy character you'd like to see more cosplay of? And welcome back, Keith. Thank you for listening to the direction to hydrate, which I have picked up is like mandatory talking point on Twitch. But also it does seem important. Sometime last year I got on this kick where like for a month I drank a ton of water every day. Could not believe her. Wow. What I'm about to say next sounds funny given that mishap. Couldn't believe how much like clearer my thoughts and feelings were after I had been properly hydrated for like 2 weeks. I felt like a different person. So I know it's tired to hear like, oh, you should drink water, especially if you're feeling tired and low. It won't help you today, maybe, if you haven't been drinking water for weeks or months or years, but if you commit to it aggressively for a couple of weeks, you probably will notice a difference.
I need to get closer.
Free projects, con crunching, yeah. It definitely had this, like, because I wanted to have it done. So the reason I wanted to have it done for the last day of work was because I'm a teacher, and the program that I teach is federally funded in the U.S. And given some stuff that's going on in the U.S. right now, ever since March, there's kind of been this, like, will we or won't we still have jobs come September? In the end, it has shook out to I will have a job next week, but especially when program was ending in late July, it sounded like we wouldn't have jobs. And so, like, my last day of summer school was going to be my last day working. When I got hired for that job, more than 2.5 years ago, I went shopping to try and find clothes that looked like normal people would wear them, so that nobody would get annoyed about a teacher not, dressing in non-cosplay for their public school job. And I couldn't find anything. I went to like 7 different Goodwills, and I couldn't find anything I liked, and I was not about to go pay like $60 a shirt for a whole new wardrobe at like a buying new store. So I got really annoyed at the end of it, and I bought fabric, and I was like, forget it. I'll just make some really basic shirts, and that's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, that was 2.5 years ago, and I had not made the shirt. And indeed, I just got lucky, and my boss did not care, as long as, my clothing was clean. She just thought I was creative and fun. So, I never did it. And so I wanted to finish this shirt, to wear the shirt that I had meant to make on my last day of working. And I wasn't able to get it done. It was taking too long because I was hand sewing the whole thing. I wasn't using a sewing machine. And so it's not done. But I would like to wear it, maybe I could wear it to my first day of work next week. That's all right, Ashura. Thank you for popping in and saying hello, catching up on the chat after my ramble. Oh, the reason I shared the ramble, I remember now, because you mentioned Con Crunch, was it definitely had big, like, Con Crunch energy of, like, I have to get this done, like the convention is tomorrow, except the convention was like the field trip to the Science Museum finale for summer school. But I failed. I didn't get my Con Crunch sewing was unsuccessful. I do find that it's context-based. If I go over to like a friend's house, it's really hard to drink enough water there, but I am much better about it when I am in my own residence or when I am at work. At work, it's actually really easy because I don't know what to do sometimes, and so I'm like, well, I'll go refill my water bottle. Oh, like really classic Final Fantasy stuff. I will say Final Fantasy has always had some really sick costume designs. And I love fantasy realism style. Despite being a WoW player, which I know is more like cartoony, I like fantasy realism, and Final Fantasy does a great job with fantasy realism. We might have to switch to a different activity though. I feel like I could keep doing this, but I can tell that like I'm barely seeing what I'm looking at, and that's not what I want to cultivate in myself for World of Warcraft anymore. So we might have to switch. If you have an opinion between going and doing level up zones, Alliance, Mists of Pandaria, which effectively will be like Cataclysm era questing, or I can pop over to a hardcore character, or we can do, I guess, weeklies, or no, side quests in Kadesh in retail. So I don't know if anybody has an opinion, or if you're like, you know what, I've decided, I have watched 2 hours of World of Warcraft, I hate this game, I don't want any more of it, then I could be convinced to play like Breath of the Wild or Echoes of Wisdom, Zelda games instead. I don't know what vibe I'm feeling. I think I need something slower paced. So maybe hardcore? Maybe hardcore. The game with the neat coats. True. There are eras in which it's the game where they wear all the belts inexplicably. Although that's more of a Final Fantasy, or not Final Fantasy, that's more of a Kingdom Hearts costume direction thing. Alright, we got 1 Kadesh, 1 hardcore, 1 what am I feeling? I'm torn. I don't know, I'm afraid that, like, since I'm having a successful stream, and if I play hardcore, like, what if today is the day that I lose at hardcore? That would be so sad. Alright, we might go to hardcore, and I'm not gonna play on my hunter, because I have nightmares about my level 48 Night Elf Hunter dying. I don't know, I'm not feeling good about it. I have like a low 20s Tauren warrior. If that one, that was a lot more fun to play when I have the buffs, because she hits harder. But I think we'll probably play her. Her name is Lutari. I think I can do it, but that is also why I am going to select to play a character that, while I would be sad if she passed, I would not throw my keyboard out the window and say, forget it, I'm not doing my WoW-iversary tomorrow. We will finish this dungeon, and then we're gonna switch over to hardcore. Although I will break my trend. I have tried to, during my streams, just play 1 game so that 1 title and 1 category is associated with the VOD. Nobody watches my VODs, and my VODs disappear after 7 days. And yet, nonetheless, I really want them to be accurate, where if you go at any point in the video and the VOD says, although I guess it's still going to say World of Warcraft, the title will be wrong. But at least it's not like I'm switching from World of Warcraft to drawing. Alright, I have processed my apprehension, and we are able to go forth. You're right, I might be able to, like, do an edit on the VOD. I forgot about that. See, I don't know what any of the Twitch tools are. Did I finish the dungeon I was in when I said I was gonna edit it so you guys could post links? Or not? Was that this dungeon? We've done this one a couple of times. Okay, well, I forgot. Sorry. I'll own the mistake, but I forgot. When we switch games, I will fix it. Thank you everyone for hanging out, by the way. This is like the most fun stream I've had yet. It's been great actually getting to chat with everyone. A lot of times, like, I'll have seen like 1 or 2 of you at a time before, but having everybody in here has been a lot of fun today. It genuinely does not feel like I have been streaming for, oh my goodness, almost 4 hours. We doing it. We're doing a long stream. When you are streaming and there's like not folks, but you are still consistently talking, at least for me, it is a lot more tiring. I suppose because you're trying to come up with your own ideas and there's no one else to bounce them off of, so you're sort of playing the conversational role of like multiple people. Now I don't start role playing, like I do different voices when I read the quest, but like when I am just streamer discussing, I don't like pretend there's somebody else in the podcast with me or anything, although that could be quite funny. I'm gonna put a pin in that, and maybe I'll do that in the future. It is much easier and less draining to genuinely be talking to people, and also more fun, so thank you.
I do not have enough energy. Not enough energy.
Yeah, like, sometimes when you're just in a voice call with somebody else, or like a voice plus a text thing like this, at a certain point, like, you just run out of stuff to say. You're chilling with each other's company, but I don't know. It's not precisely what I want to foster in my Twitch stream. I think part of the reason I feel like I need to get, like, recount or something, though, is while I'm doing this, I don't have a sense... There's not enough clear feedback for me if I'm doing well, although I probably could even just turn on, like, the damage numbers so that I could have a sense of whether or not I am doing something. I guess the damage numbers are on. Wow. I am maxed out. I did not notice. And I looked for them, too. What is going on?
I cannot do that. I do not have enough energy.
I'm gonna end up memorizing what all the drops are for these dungeons. Honestly, the dungeon queue has worked really good as the chat became more active, because of the fact that there's the downtime, like while I'm waiting for the queue to pop on the next one, where we could just like focus on talking to one another. So even though it was not the mindset of gameplay that I find to be the most compelling, or I guess maybe valuable is the word I want with World of Warcraft, it has been a good streaming, like a good stream premise. I could be reading his dialogue to you. These caverns were once a temple of promise for regrowth in the barrens. Now they are halls of nightmares. Come, we must continue. There is much to be done before we can pull Nauralax from his nightmare. There. Now we're reading quest text, except it's in counter text. There will be plenty of quest text to read in Vanilla Hardcore. Within this circle of fire, I must cast the spell to banish the spirits of the slain Fanglords. I can't handle this deviant adder alone! Help! I probably actually should beware yelling the word help. I don't know if any of the businesses below my apartment currently have people in them that might try to respond to my cry for help. The caverns have been purified. To Naralax's chamber we go. Thank you. Immersion is one of my goals. Again, new streamer. I haven't picked my brand goals yet, but I feel like that probably is one of them, so I'm gonna claim it. As long as you're not screaming, you're probably fine. Yeah. If I, as long as I yell, or not yell, as long as I emphatically say things like the caverns have been purified, they probably will just assume I'm watching them. Either that, or like they will think something is wrong, but they will assume that I am crazy, and that will entice them, honestly, probably just to go the other way. Or I'm rehearsing a play. Yeah, I did do that last August. I was in Charlotte's Web at the local community theater, and so I was practicing my lines in my apartment. Yeah, I was Charlotte. like, I went to the audition and then I was like, you know, actually I'm really not sure. Like, this was really intimidating. I don't know about, like, most of the characters in it. They're just kind of like people's moms. Like, I'm not super invigorated by it. Maybe I won't. And then they picked me for literally the star role. And so then I did it. It was awesome. That theater, I think usually their pattern is like they do like 2 or 3 weekends of performances. And usually for shows, it sounds like the way it works is like the first weekend, ticket sales are really weak. It's like $25 a seat, and there's like 125 seats in the theater. It was sold out every single showing. It was awesome. And also for like the next couple of months afterwards, I'm in a small town. The next couple of months afterward, I'd like be in the local makerspace, or I'd like be in the local grocery store, and people would be like, "Were you Charlotte in Charlotte's Web?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "You were great," and it made me feel really good. But like I was getting recognized by random people. It was awesome, yeah. There was hard parts about it. I am still mixed. I'm not sure. I did do one more theater show in March. I was in a different production that theater did that had ups and downs to it, where I'm planning on doing last winter I did a Polar Express show as well, which was actually like a paid thing, which was cool. And I'm planning on doing Polar Express again this year. But I don't know if I will continue doing stuff at the community theater. It's a really big time investment for like 2 months. And there was some parts of it that I really, really liked. Like the acting was really, really fun. And for the most part, the people were also really great, but there was some pretty high expectations on time and also like personal investment in like buying your own costume pieces or different things like that I wasn't super on board with. So I don't know how many more community theater things I'm going to do, but it was a good time and I'm glad I did the one. Yeah, it's like in March when I was doing another one, I think there was like a 3-week span where I had not been in my apartment awake for more than an hour for like 3 weeks because I was still working full time and then had performances or rehearsals in the evening. I think I had like the 2 weeks of like dress rehearsals where we were dress rehearsing for like 2 weeks and then performances. And I had some other stuff going on too, and it was too much. I think a lot of the people who are involved in that community theater group, like either are retired people or like maybe are the spouse of somebody who is the breadwinner and they kind of get to do what they want or something. It was more than I had to offer at the income level and working hour quantity I have. Okay, I remember now. I am going to go, I've said okay because I just suddenly realized this and didn't want to forget it. I'm going to go, yes, allow links. Thank you, Keith. That's what I got. Okay, settings, probably moderation. Block hyperlinks. All right. Hyperlinks should now work, provided that they can be updated midstream. Hopefully that is the case, and all of you are able to send it. Yes, great. This is the picture of Carrot. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen this character before. She is very cute. I can absolutely see why you went with female Pandaren for her. She does have that look. I assume she's one of the people who has like eaten the fruit that gives you powers, right? Is that why? That must be why she looks like a rabbit. What abilities does she have? There. That's what I wanted to express. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to hardcore. I will do my inventory management later because I am sure that inventory management is not the most gripping element of gameplay. Wait. Before I sign out, this is very important. if you struggle to remain inspired by your World of Warcraft characters, to me it is very important that they are compelling from the character select screen. So, if you are playing in a version of the game that has transmog, or, I don't know, if you feel like you're playing vanilla, you find the, like, mismatched armor extremely charming, so this isn't for you. But for the people who are playing a version of the game with transmog and, like, their character looking cool or looking like something matters, don't log out without remogging your gear or setting up a mog. It will make them less appealing, and you will be far more likely to do that thing where you sign in, you look at your character list, you click through a few of them, and then you just turn the game off because you didn't find anything you wanted. Oh, I don't have any transmog appearances, so it doesn't matter. I can't make this character look interesting or appealing to me. Well, that's not ideal. I need to follow my own advice. What am I supposed to do now? All right. Well, we're gonna follow my own advice as best I can. That's something, I guess. All right. My advice is very, very important and useful and true. Try not to be in the situation I'm in right now. Oh, and I don't have enough gold. Okay. Does any of you have something that... Reforging. Oh, I forgot about reforging. That was an expansion feature, wasn't it? I don't have enough gold to fix this right now, but that is my advice. And it is important. She does, however, transform into the full moon. And have electric powers. Electric punches. That's cool. Is she, like, extremely fast then? Is that what the rabbit conveys with the electricity? She's fast? Heading over to this for a second, while I switch games. I have no idea. I just thought it was cute, and at one point it was gaining experience, and I don't think it is anymore. So whatever the little fox tells you to do, don't do it. Because I don't know what it's telling you to do. I don't think I realized there were animal people in, sorry. Alright. Hopefully now there should be game music. My character is not appearing, so that's a little bit concerning. Hello? Where's the audio? The game's not loading. You can come back over with me and look on in confusion while I try to figure out why there's no sound. This seems kind of weird because the character models aren't loading. Do you think this means that whoever I sign into is going to die today? You can hear the sound? I can't hear the sound. That's weird that you guys get to hear it and I don't. Oh! It's defaulting to, headphones I'm not wearing right now. Okay, hold on a second. Let me turn it back down before I blow out the speaker. Hello? Music, please come. Okay, now I've got it. I do have a VR headset. Yes, I have a Quest 2. I got it in November of 2022. Does the game sound need to be louder for y'all? Okay, I will turn it a little louder. But yes, I do have a VR headset. Maybe sometime I'm gonna talk. I'm talking now. How does the audio level feel? Do you want it louder? Okay. We'll put it there. I did get a VR headset. Maybe sometime I will have to share Beat Saber. Okay, I did turn it up already. But I will let you know if I turn it up again. If the chat calls for more, I will do more. I think I'm gonna play... I was between this warrior... See, this is the hunter, and I haven't been playing Classic for a while, so I don't really want to risk him. Also, once I got these shoulders and the really long cape, I think part of my brain felt like he was 60 now, because he's got the, like, vanilla 60 silhouette. So it feels like he's complete. I don't want him to die. Okay. Great. Yeah, that was what I was saying. Probably if I did VR streaming, it would be Beat Saber. I'm not amazing, but it sure is fun. Okay, or I could play her, or her, or her. Let's try Lutari, and I'm just gonna pray that we don't die today. I have some tools, but not infinite tools. And then I'll have to check to make sure that my little chat block is where it needs to be. Looks like it is. Great. Okay. Control Charms. I haven't played this in a while. This is in Windshear Crag. It's to go to Ashenvale, Windshear Crag, and return to this person south. Alright, we are going to go
What do you need?
return a quest south of Crossroads to a wandering NPC, and then I think we're gonna head over to Windshear Crag is that in Stone Talon? I think it's in Stone Talon. So that's what we're doing. I haven't changed my stream announcement stuff. Oh no. Pause in conversation while I add some tags. Great. We should be good to go now. Uh-oh. We got level 60s dying. Poor dude. I really like the ticker at the top that shows who died and like what level they were and where they were and who killed them. Because I feel like it teaches you a lot about the game. Like I had no idea who Benny Blanco was until I was leveling an Alliance character in this and I saw him pop up like 4 times. I had no idea who he was. And then when I came around like the corner of a house and I saw that an NPC aggro onto me, and it was Benny Blanco, like I would have had no idea how close my death was in that moment if I had not seen several people die to him earlier that evening. You learn so much about what you need to watch out for by paying attention to that little ticker. Yeah, there's honestly, every time it pops up with like so-and-so has been killed by Benny Blanco, the like global chat just lights up with people like, and here comes Benny Blanco with a steel chair. Like, it's fantastic. That's the kind of server culture memes that I miss being what internet jokes were. It's really, really funny. It's so good. Horde doesn't really have any of that. I don't like Horde on this server nearly as much as I did Alliance. I think the Horde side is bigger, so a lot more of their chat really is just kind of like the spam acronyms of like LFG, ZG, need 22 more, or something like that, rather than like a conversation. Or vaguely witty jokes. But I picked this character, so we're here. We are gonna go south along the road and turn in a quest, and then I'm gonna work on getting the... do I have enough of the blood rubies to get those? No. Blood shard. Can I have the run fast one? No, I don't have enough. Okay. So we're gonna turn in a quest, since I already have it done, and I am so close to 25. And then, we will run even farther. That's what Vanilla WoW is. Then we will go for another run, another long walk. And I'm on a Tauren character, so it makes the running seem particularly slow. But then we'll go for another long walk together to go do some green quests before they are no longer good for experience. Although, I have slowly been figuring out that when you are doing hardcore warrior, actually most people feel like you should only do green quests.
Not ready. That ability isn't ready yet.
I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense for playing it safe. I feel like I actually like it a lot more than I used to. At which point, maybe I should spend my WoW-iversary tomorrow doing hardcore, it occurs to me. Although then, if I die, then I will always remember that, you know, on my 20th anniversary playing World of Warcraft, I killed my 4 months of effort character in hardcore. It didn't take me 4 months to get to 24, but like if I played like my level 48 character or whatever. But I feel like I am much more this speed now. Like there is something really positive for me about playing vanilla World of Warcraft or hardcore vanilla World of Warcraft, because it encourages me to like be calm and focused and my attention is undivided, and just kind of look at the scenery or like think about the quest text or finally notice some weird detail about what one of these icons is depicting, because it feels Cthulhu rip level 60, because it's not frenetic. But I definitely can tell that it was a different cultural time that I was 11 and found this deeply, deeply engaging. I feel like if I was 11 now, I probably would want something more like retail or a totally different game that was a lot faster than this. But the point of vanilla at the time, like part of the gameplay, was just getting to spend time in this fantasy world, which was new at the time for a lot of people. Now when people ask like, oh, what's the gameplay? What's the experience? It's like, oh, it's a first-person shooter. It's all this. Like in this era, part of the gameplay was you can just explore a world, and all that doesn't mean there's like objectives necessarily. It just means like there's stuff to go look at, and you can run into other real players. That was a huge thing, and I feel like I'm now in an era of my life when that's what I want. We found this guy pretty fast though. I walk this road alone, seeking ways to defend my honor and rid this land of our enemies. What can I do for you, Lutari?
Farewell.
Many innocent Tauren lost their lives or were forced off their ancestral birthplace when the dwarves of Baal Modan arrived. My land must be reclaimed.
Ancestors watch.
Khazgor met the fate he earned. I feel no remorse for the fool. He was an infidel on these lands. May his death serve as a warning to all those who threaten to disrupt our way of life. Now, let me take a moment to study the dwarf's journal.
Goodbye.
It is clear the prospector depended on explosive and those noisy vehicles to rip the ground apart. We can expect a new foreman to take over soon. I want to give the dwarves a taste of their own medicine. According to these plans, if we combine nitroglycerin with wood pulp and sodium nitrate, we can create an explosive charge. The riflemen, soldiers, and officers in the keep are known to have the supplies. Collect these items and bring them to me. I will fashion a charge that the dwarves won't forget.
Go in peace.
Alright, this is so far down the list that I am pretty sure that these green quests are still the right choice. So, we are going to work on heading towards Windshear Crag now. Should I use my Hearthstone to speed this up? No. We're gonna walk. What if we need the Hearthstone later? I'm a warrior. I don't have that many, frick buttons, you know? I thought of that song too. I was really waiting for it to be a reference to it, but this early in the game, they were not quite as obvious most of the times about their references. The zone I was doing earlier that was obviously just like CSI, during that expansion, Cataclysm, they got aggressive about referencing pop culture. Can you imagine if that wasn't hardcore though, Keith? Like, people would have doxed that person and killed them. No, what version are you playing in? Probably MOP Classic. You need that to be able to fly in the Cataclysm zones, which run from 1 to 60 and then from 80 to 85. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Songvale. I feel like as a warrior, I don't have that many buttons, and so I should probably keep the Hearthstone for that. Oh, when I get to somewhere where I'm doing combat also, I should really eat some buff food. I do have one target dummy. I probably should make more target dummies. Copper modulator. A wool cloth. Okay. The same year. Maybe the artists were inspired. Like, they also were no-lifing original World of Warcraft. We're having another moment where I am inclined to sing. We must discuss something else, lest it be revealed that I only remember 2 lines of that song.
Need more rage, not enough rage. Need more rage, not enough rage.
I don't know if Harry Potter, I guess it was pretty big at that point. It is like a town it is like a magical order, but there wasn't anything about it when I was doing quests in Silverpine that really made me feel like it definitely was a Harry Potter reference. I haven't gotten to play Rock Band in forever. I guess the real trick is knowing somebody who has all the peripherals. But I've really enjoyed Beat Saber. Like, I still feel like I am into personally doing the music games. Is there an anvil here? I guess I'm going to Crossroads. I know there's one there.
What brings you here? Be careful.
My shadow's only one that walks beside me. You've gotta ask me questions or I'm singing. And I'm not sorry. Uh, 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 uh. I think it'd be fun to check my viewer count before I start singing in a lull, and then check it after, and just see who the real ones are. Were you on drums or guitar or singing? I remember thinking Rock Band's vocalist thing was cool because it like told you if you were on pitch or not. And it felt like it gave me a reference point to begin to figure out how to sing. The only thing that was difficult for me about like Rock Band and Guitar Hero was it wasn't usually my kind of music. Like, especially when I was younger, I was really all about like the lyrics. I wanted them to be about something I cared about. And half the time, I couldn't even figure out what the lyrics were about in a lot of kind of rock sounding music at the time. So that was my issue. Okay, I don't have any wool cloth, do I? Nope, I've turned it all into bandages. Okay. And now we walk again. Alright, well, the speaking voice will continue until I didn't finish formulating my joke before I started saying it. Sorry about that. I had friends that were really into Ruby. I did not end up following it. Did it get completed or did it get dropped mid-run? I remember the very notable person on production, I think he was like their animator, passing away. Did the series get finished? There you go. The speaking voice will continue until the chatty level improves. How long is each volume? Like, is it like 30 minutes of webisodes, or is it like a full 10-hour season for every volume? Yeah, I remember Ruby being like a big deal with somebody I knew my first year of university in like 2013. I think guitar is probably the more fun option in Rock Band. Also with the drums, I would always just be worried I was going to damage the drums. Because as much as I long to be an elf, in some ways I'm an orc. Although, as I'm thinking about this, that could be an elf problem. I mean, they probably are elegant enough to control their own strength, but I am stronger sometimes than I want to be, and definitely am trying to do, you know, a beautiful, elegant thing, and instead I'm like boom, 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 and just wailing on stuff. I had somebody point out one time I have less of a fencing form and more of a battle axe thing going on. Yeah, I remember hearing that the fight animations were really, really good. And also I liked the character designs. You know, I'm a simple anime fair person. It makes sense, though, that if something goes on that long, even if it stays exactly what it is, like, people's tastes are going to change, and it won't be able to change in the same direction as everybody's taste is going. Alright, here's a pro tip. Don't thread the needle, especially where stakes matter, like in hardcore. Just commit. Just fight them. Otherwise, you would catch me dying to 2 gray mobs simply because they both are hitting me at the same time. That's my tip of the day. Don't thread the needle. Just pointedly pull one of them instead of trying to avoid both and then pulling both. Did somebody, like, buy the IP for it from Rooster Teeth imploding then? I guess I don't totally know what it imploding means, if there just was a lot of drama, or if, like, they went financially belly up, and then somebody got to buy, like, their creditors got to sell off their organs. I'm not sure. The company's organs, not the employees. Imagine late-stage capitalism, where if your company goes bankrupt, they get to sell the organs of the employees working there at the time of everybody, like, of the company defaulting on their loans. That would be crazy. Interesting. I wonder why. If it was just always gonna happen, or if Warner mismanaged it somehow. But at least they didn't sell the organs of the employees. So they've got that. Shout out to my chat for being wholesome and not leaning in or acknowledging in any way the vaguely disturbing side point in order to get me to stop speaking of it. You guys are the real ones. The Goblin-run Adventure Company moved into the Stone Talon Mountains, chopping down trees and burning huge stretches of forest. The spirits of this place are nearly blind with pain and rage. We must stop the Venture Company. Head northwest beyond the Greatwood Vale and into the Windshear Crag. You will find the goblins and their servants at work. Show them the Horde will not allow exploitation of Stone Talon. Show them in a language they best understand. Violence. Alright, this orc gets me today. IP is with Viz Media. That is neat that they were able to pick up the creators that have it after Monty Ohm. That was the individual I remember that he had passed away. So it's good that they're still getting to participate. I feel like the whole reason I would want to work for Blizzard is because of my attachment to, like, some specific IP. So, like, I don't think I would get anything out of working for Blizzard on StarCraft. I don't care. I don't know anything about it. But then it would be immensely difficult to leave Blizzard after working on World of Warcraft. For clarity's sake, I don't work for Blizzard. This is hypothetical. Just because I care so much about the world, I would struggle to leave it behind. Like, if I worked for any company that had something that was considered their IP, just being somebody who gets really attached in a deep and meaningful way to the worlds that I spend a lot of time and thought in, I would struggle with that a lot. I don't know how I would make myself leave. These are gray, so I can see why this quest is green, because I definitely was quote-unquote supposed to have come here already. But it's looking good for me not dying, so that's great. I was Alliance during my time during actual vanilla, and this is farther than I ever got a Horde character prior to Wrath of the Lich King. And at that point, like, a lot of the way I leveled was dungeon spamming. So most Horde questing zones in vanilla I have not seen once you are, like, out of the Barrens. Like, I definitely haven't seen all of this. I've seen probably a small portion of Ashen Vale. So I am doing hardcore genuinely blind, because I'm not somebody who, like, gets the questing path add-on. That's not what my goal is here for my time in hardcore World of Warcraft. I don't think I could work for Blizz, but and there's real reasons too, but my funny one is I don't think I'd make it in California. I don't like the sound of the weather there. I need snow in the winter. Where I live right now, they do not get enough snow in the winter, and winter never comes, and so I emotionally never reset. I used to do cosplay, but I have not been to a convention or anywhere that you would wear cosplay since well before COVID. I think it would be really fun to do in the future, but I would have to start going to stuff again. It's a bit of a pronoun game. Yes. Okay. I think this is the Charred Vale up here. Walking simulator. March 7th is a heck of a name. I will say that I can tell that this is extremely dangerous because my chat is on my phone, like, down and way to the right of my screen. So I'm, like, on auto run on a warrior in hardcore. Oh, well, you know, if it didn't, like, mean... If it wasn't, like, it's one of those names, like when people are named, like, December or September, like, if just hearing it as a word, you're like, that's actually a really nice name. I don't think March 7th sounds like a fantasy name, but if it didn't mean anything, if it was just sounds, it actually would sound like a cool... Oh, boy, there is a big wipe happening on Courage. Yikes. Yikes, that sucks. Also, the little things popping up, giving me names and people dying, and I know the pain of leveling in hardcore. There is an emotional bonding thing. In most cases, I've never talked to these people, although it is brutal when you see a name pop up with, like, somebody who helped you with the quest yesterday or something. But there's something connective about it. Like, I actually feel like I know what's going on in the server, you know? I like the things. Big F, yeah. Were you not a fan of the fact that he spent so much money, or were you afraid that you would do the same? Here's where the eggs are from, I think.
I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready.
I feel like Honkai Star Rail is going to end up being like a Genshin thing, because I already knew at that point that I wished I had gotten in on Genshin earlier to be able to, like, keep up with the lore. Despite the fact that I play World of Warcraft, I'm not a pay for microtransactions person. So despite the fact that I do my subscription, I am unlikely to, like, pay for pulls in a gacha game, but I still liked the character design and the art and the lore. And so I already knew that, like, about my opinion. On my experience with Genshin. And so when Honkai Star Rail was coming out, I looked at it and I heard the premise and I was like, oh, that's cool, maybe I'll try that just in case it's like Genshin and I'll have wished I got into it. And then I didn't, because it still came out in my apathy era, and now I live in fear of learning that it's awesome and totally my thing, and too late for me to get involved with it. That is brutal, that he paid to win and then still did not win. I kind of like that, though. Like, I don't like that if the game misrepresents itself as you can pay to win and then you pay and don't win, because I don't really like false advertising. But I like that if the game did not present itself that way, if he just thought he could and then actually, no, like, the game is fair for free-to-play players.
Need more rage, not enough rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. I can't do that yet.
That is fair.
Not ready yet. Not enough rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I can't do that. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready yet.
Okay, so I see this
Not ready yet.
21 elite over there. We're gonna stay away from that.
Not enough rage. Not ready yet. Need more
I
rage.
honestly, I'm gonna make the choice for right now to not look at the chat until I have left this area, because I also didn't even realize I'm supposed to be clicking on the eggs. They're not dropping. And I just, if all of these respawn on top of me, I am so dead, because they can web you and you can't run away.
I can't carry anymore.
So I'm gonna go ahead and focus up. I will rejoin you in the chat when I have 15 spider eggs. Believe me, I just said I'm collecting spider eggs. I too want to be done ASAP.
Inventory is full.
Oh boy. The hatchling came out of the egg. Great.
I can't do that yet.
Love that for me.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. My ability is ready. Not enough rage. Not ready yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
I think I'm gonna play it cautiously and not try to grab that egg and then potentially pull two of these.
Not enough rage.
We're gonna be cautious. We're gonna take them one at a time.
Need more rage.
Caution. Carefulness.
I can't do
No
that.
thrilling, horrible moments. This is the
Not ready
stuff
yet.
that Twitch legends
Can't
are
do that.
not made
Not
of.
enough rage. Need more rage. I can't carry anymore. Not enough rage.
It's summoned
Need more
two?
rage. Not enough rage. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
I cheated. I glanced at your message. Thank you. Nothing is more demure than a
That
foreign
ability isn't ready yet.
warrior.
Not ready yet. Need more rage.
I'm demure
Not enough
with a moo. Honestly, if I have to roll another Tauren in a non-roleplay server, I should name her Very Demure. Yeah. Demure. Yes, I do have gun. Alright, we're starting to see respawns behind me. So I'm gonna move carefully here. I think I'll clear to get this, and then I'm actually gonna clear my way back out.
Not enough.
So that I have an out, which just seems wise. We are not looking to be on hardcore moments here, folks.
I'm out of rage. That ability isn't ready. I can't do that yet.
Especially because I don't even feel like this would be a good moment. Like, it would just open on Warrior in Spider Pit, and you'd be like, well, I don't need to watch this to know what's about to happen. Two more eggs. Alright, let's go clear out. Let's be cautious. We are not doing this right now. I'm gonna take that off. Is there any eggs out here? No. No. Okay. Well, I'm still gonna clear it out. So that I can bail if I need to. Oh, someone's coming. That's great. Okay. Well, they're gonna clear it out for me then. One more egg. One more egg. I don't want spiders anymore. One more egg. One more egg. As long as there's two inside. Because I am not looting everything, it's not making them despawn.
That ability is
So I have to remember which ones I have already looted. I think I have already looted this one, but we will check it anyway, just in case. I didn't! Yay! Oh, okay.
Need more rage.
I missed.
Rage.
I
Not ready
missed!
yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
As far as classic, I don't agree with it because of the way both Blizzard and like WoW players treat the game. I don't agree with boost when the content is relevant, especially for classic. So if we are on like anniversary servers right now that are like only vanilla, I don't think there should be a boost. When Burning Crusade drops, I am somewhat okay with the concept of a boost to level 60 when the current expansion content is Burning Crusade, because of the fact that Blizzard and players don't treat it as like the whole of World of Warcraft. They treat it as playing vanilla or Burning Crusade, and the older content just gets totally abandoned. I think at this point that is enough of a trend where it is more worthwhile to allow people to enter the content where people are actually playing. Even though I also realize that allowing people to buy those boosts ensures that they absolutely do not have to still keep the previous content viable, like populated viable. Yeah, that's what I would say about boosts. Like, once we're in Burning Crusade, let people be right into Burning Crusade. Now, even having said that, like, the reason I was trying to binge level that rogue earlier is because I want to play Pandaria like Mists of Pandaria, but I don't really have a ton of fire to, like, level up to that point. But, I also didn't buy a boost. I didn't really want to spend the money on the boost, so I am still trying to level, but I think it would be valid for somebody to not want to play all of WoW, they just want to play Pandaria to be able to do that, given that that is completely normal within the context of the game. That's brutal. 44 is a rough level to go. I am working my way towards something where I can pause and catch up in the chat since the spider area, because I know there was a little bit of a longer discussion that I missed, and I want to know what y'all were saying.
More rage.
That makes sense. There's a lot of fun collecting to do in Pandaland. I take my, like, stories very seriously. They speak to me. You know, and so, like, the heavy-handed kind of philosophy of Mists of Pandaria, but also the, just the catharsis of, like, here is an awful ooze demon that is despair, you should punch it in the face. Like, that is very cathartic for me. And so that also is part of why I absolutely love doing Pandaria content, and would like to get to do it again. Have a good walk, Songvale. I hope the dog is productive quickly. Productive is a euphemism that Songvale's family uses for what the dog needs to be doing as their business. I am back reading the chat. Boost. I do agree that it is hard to learn the gameplay loop of a character. But I also think people are so checked out in, like, normal dungeons or heroic dungeons anyway, that it's not a big deal. Let's help this hunter. Hopefully I will not regret that.
Need more rage. Not ready yet. Can't do that yet.
Is he safe?
Not ready yet.
He's not safe, but he will be shortly. We are a hero.
I can't carry anymore.
Wow, I didn't get a wave. Oh, he did get a wave. That was nice of him. Alright. He has waved. He didn't, like, actually emote, so his character didn't move, but it appeared in the chat log. Alright. Sorry. Going back to reading chat. Yes, I think it does help, but people are so checked out in the basic dungeons anyway, that again, at this point, you will figure it out pretty quick. But I also recognize that I am just cementing that that is the case or acceptable in dungeons by saying this. I just think that that's where the player community has let the game go. I saw like a level 30 die in the mine in Elwyn Forest yesterday. Or no, it was yesterday, but it was the death reel thing that was just on a Hardcore Moments clip. Like, that wasn't the moment. The moment was like people questing out in the world or something, but it popped up on the screen that like a level 30 died in the Azure Load mine. It was weird. I don't think, like, actual Mists of Pandaria Classic is difficult. Unless she really is, like, playing it on, like, your high-level character and everything else is still super low-level. Although I guess I remember when Mists of Pandaria first launched, the rares were actually challenging. I don't know if that's preserved in Mists of Pandaria Classic.
Yo!
I thought those venture company higher-ups were slave drivers, but then I met Sputtervalve, the cruelest of them all. Ha! Though, it's better than being out of a job, I suppose. Or worse, working with that Garenzo. If you're here to help, I've got something for you to do.
Have a good one!
Terrible what the venture company has done here, eh? What were they thinking? Goblin company hiring a gnome. Lucky for me, Sputtervalve knows a genius when he sees one. Hired me just after I'd been kicked out. Tells me they built some enormous woodcutting machine, and Sput wants me to steal the plans for him. Unfortunately, Garenzo bloody gnome wants me dead on sight. Maybe you could steal the plans for me? You should be able to find them on one of their operators.
Be good!
I lost the voice there a little bit in the middle. Oops. I can tell that my voice is starting to get tired, and so even though I am having a good time, it may be the case that in the next 45 minutes, stream will wrap for the day. The rares are challenging, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That, like, I remember the rares being challenging.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Like, and I also know that the Zandalari rares in particular were definitely like endgame material. But the rares at launch also had mechanics that you did need to observe.
I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready. Not enough rage. Not ready yet.
In Mists of Pandaria Classic, Dark Jelly?
Not enough rage. I can't carry anymore. Can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I need a target. Inventory is full.
I don't have anybody who's in Pandaria yet. I have, like, a hunter who is he's, like, level 72. But I was playing Classic during Burning Crusade. I played it, like, at the end of Vanilla and into Burning Crusade. And then I am one of, like, the few people on Earth who, in fact, has played since Vanilla, but actually doesn't like Wrath of the Lich King. Sorry about that. I like
far away.
Death Knights. But I'm not that into Wrath of the Lich King. And so I didn't play for that. And I thought about playing for Kata, and I didn't play for that. And now I'm trying to do Mist before Mist is over. I'd like to see the Veil of Eternal Blossoms before it gets wrecked. Not true. As of tomorrow, I will have played World of Warcraft for 20 years, and I started when I was 10.
I need to get closer. My ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet.
I realize, though, that my voice sounds particularly young. I'm not really sure why. My students also are often surprised when they find out how old I am. They think I'm at least, like, right out of college. And in fairness, I guess it took me 8 years to get through my 4-year degree between, like, working and going back to school.
Not
But
ready yet.
I'm 30.
Not enough rage. Can't do that. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Now, granted, I feel like most people started World of Warcraft, like, in their teenage years. So it may be fair to say, like, what were you doing playing World of Warcraft at age 10? And that's also fair. But yeah, I mean, my highest character in Mists of Pandaria Classic is not
Isn't ready yet.
not in Mists of Pandaria content at all.
I can't carry anymore.
Wool cloth. I can make my additional uh-oh button. Uh-oh. Now I don't have enough copper bolts. Well, that's not good. Alright, well, we have one. So we'll try to just need the one. I was 10. World of Warcraft, I was 10. I was almost 11, but yeah, I was 10 when I started playing.
Not enough
Vanilla.
rage.
It was August of 2005. I was not great at video games. And I also really liked Warsun Gulch, which did not give experience at the time. So by the time Burning Crusade launched in like early 2007, I think it was January, I'm not totally sure. I don't remember anymore. I was only level 53. I was a cat druid, so again, like, understand that I was 10 and I thought the elf that turned into a cat was super cool. And to be fair, I still totally do. But yeah, I was a cat druid in vanilla World of Warcraft, and I did not even make it to 60 before Burning Crusade launched. I don't know when Terrace comes out. It was my favorite expansion, but I've always been really bad at staying on the cutting edge of content, so oftentimes I will do all of the leveling zones that come out, and then, like, for one reason or another, between, like, life getting in the way, or, like, being really into alts or whatever, as the mid-expansion patches come out, I am pretty spotty about continuing to do the storyline, especially
My ability isn't ready yet. Not
especially
ready
the farther back in the WoW timeline you go.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Which is also why I want to play Mists of Pandaria. Like, I would like to genuinely do Landfall. I did not actually get to do the Divine Bell questline until last summer when I was doing Pandaria Remix.
Can't do that yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
I should commit on stream. I'm gonna commit on stream. I'm gonna stay up to date for midnight. Midnight is finally going to be the expansion that I do storyline content, cutting edge, as it happens.
Need more rage. Not ready yet. Not enough rage.
Yep, somewhere around there. Keith, are you doing raiding in Mists?
Do that yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Priest leveling must have been brutal back then too. Honestly, part of the reason I want to do more Pandaria. Like, all the reasons I've already said are really my main reasons, but I really like Mists of Pandaria Anduin, and so again, it would be cool to do like Divine Bell stuff at level and see all of that. I kind of wish we hadn't had Remix last summer, because I think I would be way more on fire to be back in Pandaria this summer, if I had not just had the edge of my longing for it taken off.
I can't do that. That ability isn't
I
ready.
did not,
Not
during
ready.
Remix, I did not
Ability isn't ready.
get to do all of the Island of Thunder stuff, though, and
I can't do
it would be cool to do that as it comes out.
Need more rage.
Cool. Well, I hope, I hope that you make the cutoff. I don't know if you were here earlier when I was saying during Miss I rated, and I was the cutoff for our pugs. If you died before me, or you did less DPS than me, they removed you after the attempt. I was the lowest performing allowed person. The raid got better as I got better.
Not ready yet.
It was a lot of fun, and I hope that you have fun and get some gear.
Rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
I think the one time I've done raiding with a streamer was for the Friendship Moose. I joined a Friendship Moose stream, and literally the first poll they did, I got picked. And I got my Friendship Moose,
More rage.
and then, am I proud of this in hindsight? No, but I wasn't a Twitch person at the time. Like, I had, level 55, that's brutal.
Need more rage.
I maybe had made a Twitch account specifically to like join one of these Friendship Moose streams.
Not ready yet.
And I got my moose, and then I left, and then I probably didn't go on Twitch again for years.
Need more rage.
Do you, like, I don't know if we have to worry about Mists of Pandaria spoilers in 2025. Does anybody care about Manted Mists of Pandaria spoilers while I recount my experiences with the Manted? I'm gonna wait
I need to get closer.
till this guy's dead, and I'll kill one more, and you have until then to announce that you don't want to hear
Inventory is full.
Mists of Pandaria spoilers. Or lore. I don't remember what that means. I think that is a chest in the Barrens. Oh, rude. Okay. So, in Mists of Pandaria, if you do, I guess,
Far away.
while it took me a long time to inventory manage, I didn't actually kill another guy. I will do that real
Not
quick.
enough rage. Not ready yet. Need more rage.
Admittedly, this green quest killing gray guys, I don't even feel that safe, and I'm not getting any experience, so it doesn't feel amazing.
I can't do that yet.
Alright, it's dead. So if you do,
I can't do that.
if you do Reputation all the way to Exalted with the Manted, they take you down into like their secret altar room and reveal that actually they're still devoted to the old gods. And while they are friends with you, if the old gods come back, like, you're dead to them. They are old god bros for life. I was not good at doing dailies back in the day. I'm still not good at doing dailies, but I was really bad at it then. And so I never got there. I loved the Manted. Like, in that raiding guild, there was sort of this running joke that I was a Manted in real life. Because I was just really into them. I thought they were really cool. I was really into Transformers at the time, and there was a lot about the Manted that reminded me of the version of, like, the backstory for the Decepticons that was... now is really common within Transformers fiction, but at the time was new. Where they were sort of... they weren't just, like, dumb brutes. They were like this... a lot of them were dumb brutes, but the Decepticon, like, as a thing, as a group, had started as kind of this, like, social movement of, like, mistreated working class and gladiatorial people. And there was so much of it that reminded me a lot of, like, Decepticon, quote-unquote, culture. So I was really into it, and I really liked the Manted, but I did not do their dailies, and so I never got to Exalted, and I did not learn that they were Old God Bros. So anyway, I queued into LFR one day when Siege of Orgrimmar had come out, and I came around the corner because that wing like started kind of in this tunnel, and the first bosses in that wing of LFR, you walk into this room, and there are all of the Mantid that in the big quest line you had like personally gone and found and like resurrected out of their amber casings, and like they had been like, you were the Wakener, so you were the one who like woke all of them up and like fed them and restored them. And I was absolutely heartbroken. I was like, what? Why are they raid bosses? And I was absolutely distraught. And my favorite one was Kilruck. And like when he goes down, I don't remember exactly what his dialogue is, but it was something about like referencing like you being the Wakener, or like thanking you, or you know, something that pulls on your heartstring. And I actually got a piece of loot like that dropped from that LFR fight, and it was a ring that like references Kilruck's name, and it's still in my bank on that character. Like, that hit me hard. I was so sad that they were raid bosses. I did go see Transformers 1. I loved it. It was super funny. And I also thought it was a really interesting movie because it did a good job. It did a fine job of doing the thing you expect, which is it being this story about Orion Pax like stepping up and becoming a hero. But I also thought it did a really good job of being kind of a warning to the elite. That if you
Can't do that yet.
if you take people in and they idolize you, and then you crush their dreams and understanding and leave them
Not
with
ready yet.
nothing. Okay, this is not great. We're gonna leave. Oh look, we got our blueprint. Let's leave. This is not good. Bye. I don't have any speed potions, do I? Nope. Okay. Well, I think we're gonna be okay. I could have used food buffs here. If you take someone in and they believe in you, like heart and soul, and then you crush them, and they have nothing left, they will lose it, and they will destroy you. Like, the warning there that is interesting to me is, it's not just a movie that's like, hey, you should be a good person and stand up to bad people, which is important and good, but I also thought it was really interesting and a story that is not often told about how
Not ready yet.
malignant people with power are the ones who create the people who will depose them. If you don't destroy someone's, if you don't make it such that somebody has nothing to lose, they are far less likely to actually do something that will damage your position of power. And I thought that was really interesting, and I liked that about Megatron a lot. And if you didn't see Transformers 1, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Or maybe you're into Transformers lore and you understand that backstory, like it's a more modern iteration backstory for Megatron. Kind of modern. I guess it's not modern anymore. It became popular in like 2010 with Transformers Prime, but really good. I like, if you like Transformers fiction and cartoons, not like the live action movies, but like the comics or the fiction, you will probably like Transformers 1. Have a good night, Keith. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good sleep.
Time is money, friend.
Did you find those plans? I'm eager to impress the new boss. Hopefully once he's convinced of my loyalty, well, as much as he can be convinced to Goblin's honor, you know, he'll feel comfortable making use of my rather impressive genius.
Keep it real.
Hey, is that what I think it is? Great. Now, let's see. Ugh, how am I supposed to understand this stuff? I can't figure out the way gnomes think. Let me tell you, I'm surprised they could build the wheel, let alone those flying machines they like so much.
Have a good one.
This envelope has all the information I was able to snatch as they booted me out the door. Venture company internal documents, some manuals, technical things. Oh, and of course, the Super Reaper 6000 blueprints. Sputtervalve has taken up residence at Ratchet and the Barrens. Shouldn't have much trouble finding him. He's a little green fellow.
Be good.
Alright, that's great. So that's to the Barons. This is Barons, and this is Ratchet. So we are going to go ahead and leave this area and head back to the crossroads, and then I will evaluate as to whether or not I need to be done for the day 2. I am having a lot of fun, but I am finally starting to notice that I am tired. And I think I want food. And I have learned another Twitch thing I have learned, I should not eat crunchy snacks while on stream. I guess one thing I should do is I should look to see if there's anybody. We could, you know what? Maybe we'll raid into Angry Mouse if Angry Mouse is still alive. Yeah, I can tell. It's not that it's like tired, but I can tell that I've been talking. And given that I intend to stream tomorrow for the WoWiversary, or my WoWiversary, I probably need to have a voice tomorrow. Nobody gave suggestions for what I should do for my WoWiversary, which is totally fair for those of you who do not. Like, I don't think either of the people who have actually played WoW with me for some quantity of time. So, like, Ashura was in here earlier. I met her during Burning Crusade. And then Songvale was in here. I met her during BFA. So I understand that only those two people would actually have real suggestions for things that were potentially meaningful to me at some point, or like iconic at some point for me. But yeah, so that's kind of what I was thinking, Photon. 20 dungeons. Actually, I don't know if it'll all be dungeons, but I like the idea. I should come up with a list of 20 things that stick out in my mind about World of Warcraft. That is a good suggestion. Thank you. That gives it some structure. Like, I still have to, like, sit down. I still have to sit down and come up with 20 things, but I love the idea of the structure of, like, how many things should I do, or what should I do? That is a good idea. Thank you. You have contributed. I don't suppose in all the time, because you've known me. I think you will have known me. Actually, you've known me about the same amount of time that Ashura has, but more consistently, because there was a few-year period where, like, I didn't know Ashura at all, and I know there's sometimes periods, like, of a year where, like, we don't talk either, but, can you think of any, like, thing I've rambled about in World of Warcraft that you, that stands out? What have I told you about in World of Warcraft? Fascinatingly, there is a guild right now advertising their friendly atmosphere and how, like, just how nice they are, and their guild name is Heartless. I remember vividly when it happened. You have any idea what year it was? I was gonna say where we were. It wouldn't have been Warlords of Draenor when I was at Horse College. I remember that really vividly, like, because they had it set up because there was big queues. So if you went AFK for like 3 minutes, they kicked you off the server to like let somebody else in. So I remember like setting up something in WoW and sprinting across the campus to go, and they wouldn't let me take my food either. So I sprinted across the campus, put my code in, literally like stuffed my mouth, and my like I had like chipmunk cheeks, and ran back out of the like dinner place and ran back to my dorm and managed to not get kicked off at AFK. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Was it like right before? It was, yeah, it's a good memory though. But and the other thing I remember about that expansion is there's this zone with the Arakoa. If you know D&D, they're like the Arakakra. They're like bird people. And the main like quest line follows like this lore keeper from that group, and he is played by Frank Welker, who like literally uses his Transformers Prime Megatron voice for it, except the characterization is completely different. So the voice is the same, but the way he speaks is like warm, friendly uncle. And like I remember actually screeching when his voice came on, and my roommate was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "It's Megatron, except he's friendly."
What do you need?
Bravely done, Lutari. We may ultimately need the wisdom of Tauren elders to calm the spirits of Stone Talon, but ridding the venture company of its personnel is a good first move against them.
Go forth to victory.
The spirits of Stone Talon still rage, Lutari. I fear we may never soothe them.
Glory to the Horde. Strength.
To truly tend the spirits of Stone Talon, we must consult the Tauren elders. I do not know many of their leaders' names, but I do know of one, Magatha.
How kind of you.
I have heard that she is very old, and she knows much. If anyone can marshal spiritual aid from the Tauren, it is she. Magatha resides in the Tauren capital of Thunder Bluff on Elder Rise, the city's northeastern bluff. Speak with Magatha and tell her of the peril of Stone Talon Mountains.
Farewell.
That's convenient. Alright. Oh no! It's gonna send us back. Can I? Okay, I do have room in my quest log for this.
Greetings.
There is a relation to the spiritual magic of shamans and the natural magic of druids. This is why our shamans can hear the plea of the spirits of Stone Talon. Many of their whisperings are lost to me, but one message, one vision, is clear. I saw a vision of two man-shaped machines in Windshear Craig, northwest of Greatwood Vale, felling trees with impossible speed. These metal beasts must be stopped. In my vision, the machines were marked with strange symbols. XT4 and XT9.
Go forth.
Alright, we will get that another time.
How?
Oh, and a quest. Alright, we'll take that and we will get that in the future as well. I didn't even think about the fact that we should see if there was Lobby quests, considering I was coming to do Lobby quest stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah, that is definitely it. Shadowlands is, so, you know, earlier, I don't know if you were listening, but we were talking about Mists of Pandaria, and I was saying I'm glad people have really come around on it, because at the time when it came out, everybody hated it, and I loved it even then. Shadowlands is the one that I'm hoping for that, or I'm hoping for that in the future. I really liked Shadowlands. Shadowlands is like the expansion to absolutely hate these days. And I will greatly appreciate a future when suddenly everyone's like, actually, I always liked Shadowlands. And I'm like, sure you did. Anyway, let's talk about Shadowlands. I freaking love that expansion. Yeah, this is just like a thing. Was it the friend in Burnsville, or was it the friend when I moved out where I am now? I feel confident saying Burnsville, given that I don't live there anymore, and there's a lot of people in Burnsville, so I don't think this person is going to get found. If you search friend of Starsworn on Twitch who lives in Burnsville, like, you ain't getting nothing useful. Okay. That I think I might know who that was. There was also, I think, if I'm thinking of the right guild group, oh, I'm just gonna thread the thing again. Nope, we just gotta commit to pulling one.
Not enough rage.
There was one that was like we did raiding together, but they were a roleplay guild, and one of them was saying that they were going to roll a Worgen character, which is the like werewolf people, and their only character direction would come when they were on like guild voice chat, because we always were in voice chat in that guild, and their only character direction would come from being in voice chat and having their character be as obnoxious as possible in like public roleplay settings, but the character would tone it down when they heard someone in the background of my mic scream, "Rocco, no!" And their Worgen's name was gonna be Rocco because that dog was always getting yelled at in the background of my voice chat. I loved that. Alright, on the route, I guess honestly, since I might call it here, it doesn't really make sense to hearth at this point. I could have hearthed to Crossroads a long time ago. Oh well. That makes sense though, that I had a raid time engagement that I needed to keep to. This has been such a great stream. This is the best one so far by far. That makes sense. Were we hanging out? So I remember when we hung out weekly at my aunt's. Did we remotely hang out while I was in Burnsville as well? I do remember having a couple of conversations, like typing to you on Discord at the kitchen table in Burnsville. Did you drive down there too? Sometimes? Yeah. Oh hey, we can make the dummy that we need to. All right, we're gonna make one bolt. So for people who don't play hardcore, these dummies and engineering are super clutch. When you throw these down, they like taunt all of the enemies around you, and they will at least temporarily attack this dummy. They don't last very long, they don't have that much health, but they are extremely helpful if you end up in a bad situation where like a bunch of things have been pulled onto you. It can give you like the tiny bit of pause or space that you need to escape a particularly bad situation. Kind of a last moment clutch, oh frick, what do I do button. Yeah, I kind of remember that too. I remember like doing that at my aunt's much more vividly though. Let's see, I think I have 2 quests to turn in a ratchet, and then we're gonna call it. That's gonna be the end for the night.
Blood and thunder for the whole.
Honestly, in fairness, like, your location was much closer to my aunt's. I'm sure that the drive took less time, but I also feel like the drive overall was probably more convenient, like there was less traffic and exits and all of that to traverse where you were to where I was. That's fair. I kind of was just thinking, like, if there was anything I talked about with, like, really emphatic, like, oh, this thing was really cool, or I really want this thing, in a way that, like, you not knowing the game remember me going on about, that probably would indicate that I really cared about it, at least at that point in time.
Hey, how you doing? Keep it real.
Hello there. How can I help you?
Be good.
Physics, yeah? Can't say I trust him, but this information seems good enough. What I wouldn't give to have the venture company out of my hair. They do come up with some good machines, though. Can't deny that we benefited from using some of their improvements they've devised.
Keep it real.
The matter of this gnome that has been hired by the venture company has caused up a bit of a stir in Undermine. The trade princes do not approve of Razdunk's consorting with this Garenzo. Riddlevax has asked me to take care of the problem, and I'm sure he was instructed to do so by one or more of the trade princes. Of course, the director didn't tell me that. Let's just say I have a hunch. Whatever the case, Garenzo must be removed, and it would be a fitting test to have physics take care of him.
Have a good one.
I can also tell I'm getting tired because I'm having a really hard time, like, holding a voice. Which, you know, also means that it's time to log out. It's Runethe, yep. And he's still a WoW character. He's the one I was talking about when we were talking about, Flapple. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna spend time with Runethe, and do some different stuff.
Glad I could help.
You got them, thank you. I'll have these shipped to Dizzywig and get them shipped to Woody Bay. I can already taste the profits. Here's your cut, Lutari. Couldn't have made this deal without you.
Hurry back.
All right.
Glad I could help.
Did we get everything? I think we did. I'm gonna fly to Thunder Bluff. See, this is the thing about vanilla World of Warcraft, is you always think, like, oh, I'm just gonna do this one last thing, but there's these long pauses between each thing you get to do, so there is this sense of payoff, but also your one more thing turns, you're like, okay, I'm gonna sign out in about 30 seconds, and then you look up and it's been like 45 minutes. And, like, you didn't mean it to. He is extremely iconic. He is definitely a really key portion of my World of Warcraft time. And maybe I'll do that too. Like, I could make a list and kind of tour my main characters over the years. So, like, that druid, which is the elf that, like, turns into the cat, that was my original character. Unfortunately, I don't have the troll priestess that was my main, where I led this, like, kind of famous troll roleplay guild. Like, people paid real money to transfer servers to the server that my guild was on, because it was, like, the only troll roleplay opportunity at the time, which was very cool to hear that people, like, were transferring to the server. Like, A, that they were paying money to come, but B, that people had, like, heard of this guild on other servers, which, that was crazy. But anyway, that troll priestess, she got deleted at one point, and I messed up, like, the character restoration pattern, because you used to only be able to have, like, 10 characters on a server, so I would, like, delete and undelete characters to effectively have more character slots. And I messed it up one time, and she got permanently deleted, so I don't have the priestess that I played during, that was, like, my first main horde character, which is super sad. I also don't have this, like, Tauren warrior named Magsona that was a character I really liked, that she got to, like, her mid-40s. I don't have her anymore. I don't really remember what happened with her, but obviously she got deleted at some point. She wasn't a main, but she's a really clear WoW memory for me. I should probably save some of these WoW memories to talk about tomorrow. I'll you know what, maybe I'll save all this tomorrow. If you are deeply invested in my WoW main lineage, you will have to come back and visit me tomorrow for my WoW-iversary stream. Yeah. I mean, if I gave a list of all, I have, like, somewhere between, like, 60 and 70 different WoW characters with backstories at this point, maybe more. So I will not be going through all of them. But yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm kind of in this conflicted space where it's like, ultimately I really started streaming because I just wanted to have a more social experience around things I was doing that, for either because they were intentionally, like, solo activities like drawing or single player games, or they just have ended up solo games like the way I play World of Warcraft. I wanted those things to become social. And so that's why I was like, streaming would be great for me because I can just talk and talk and talk, and people can see what I'm doing, and it turns solo activities into social ones, and this will be great. But it has become apparent to me really quickly that the only way there's enough like action going on in your stream to have people socialize with you on it is like to grow a user base. So you kind of have to be like a streamer or like a content creator personality to try and get people to join your stream to talk to you, even if you're like, I just want to have a conversation, I'm not really looking to make this a career. However, I have also figured out that I have really enjoyed doing this, so if I absolutely, like, next year I'm going to lose my job because of the federal government, so there's a whole thing with, like, this year it's working out, but, like, Congress zeroed out the funds that pay for the program I work for, so it's not going to exist next year for sure at this point, probably, unless, like, Congress changes its mind, which it probably won't. You know, so it's like, if this works out and I can be making minimum wage next year, maybe I will do this. I don't know. But yeah, I've really liked it. And it's fun. This is the first time, today's the first day that I've had people I didn't invite to the stream talk, though. That has been really cool, actually getting to meet some new people today. I hope I will see those folks again, and I'm thinking actually we will, I'm gonna have us raid into Angry Mouse if he is still live when I finish. I keep saying I'm done and then doing one more thing, but I think this will be my last thing. I also need to realize that if I want to keep talking to you, I in fact could just keep talking to you while not on stream, but then I could be eating. Well, I hope that this has been entertaining and you feel like I am being myself. I don't feel like it's been difficult to do what I did today. So if this was working, that's great. I feel like I have been doing this. It's just having you and Songvale, and then also like Ishura popped in, having that conversation already going in the chat definitely helps more people feel like they should join in, or they can join in. I thought this was where Magatha was. I was wrong. Is she on Hunter Rise? Did they move her? Okay, what I guess it says in the quest. Elder Rise. Alright, well, I thought she was in like huts outside, but maybe this is her hut here. I think it really helps to get people to try to interact. Yeah, it has been a while. I'm glad that you're having fun and you did not feel used for advertising. Today was the first day that I actually like followed through on like messaging people who have said they're interested in my streams to tell them that I was going to stream, and I'm glad that it seems like everybody had fun rather than like feeling advertised to. So, thank you. I'm glad that for many years you have felt like my personality was entertaining enough to hang out with. Yeah, well, this is the longest stream I've ever done. I think I've done maybe 3-hour streams before. I also in the same day have done like 4 hours of streaming, like in 2-hour chunks. But this is the longest I've ever streamed in one go.
What brings you to Magatha?
I bid you greetings. You are here seeking counsel?
Oh. Magatha Grimtoden listens to my plea.
You were right to come. My wisdom will be yours.
Oh, what is it you want,
The
stranger?
Tauren have a bond
I
with
have
the
no
land,
time
and it
for
pains me.
foolishness.
And it pains me to hear of Stone Talon's plight. But I fear that to heal the land, we must first remove the disease upon it. Is it not fortunate, then, that the Forsaken are allied with us? They know much of disease. I believe they can aid us, and by doing so, they will strengthen the trust between our people. Speak with Apothecary Zemah. She is a scholar and an emissary of the Forsaken. You will find her in the pools of vision below Spirit Rise.
That's fair on why would...
Go, my servant. Send word of Stone Talon to Apothecary Zamar.
It was this messenger. I'm gonna read the chat. There are so many clips of people falling off these bridges and dying, so I probably should focus up when I go on the bridge and walk in a straight line. I have heard, like, a lot of people have said that like, where's the good roleplay scene? It is in Final Fantasy. It really just comes back to the fact that I have so many years of investment, like in this, and in Pokemon, and, you know, a couple of other things where, at this point, like, with my limited time / energy / attention span, I would rather go deeper into some of these things that I already care about, rather than, like, try to expand out into a new world. But that backfires, like I mentioned with Genshin, where it's like I wish there was one more thing that I was involved in right now, and like that's one of it. I'm also like getting into Zelda slowly over the last couple years. I like watching Zelda lore videos and stuff like that. So like the reality is maybe I'd start Final Fantasy and I absolutely would love it. But it being an MMO also makes it tough, because as much of a pro as it is for it to be like with other people, it makes it much more of a commitment, because I can't walk away from that situation and then come back at any time that's convenient for me. Like, my opportunity to be with those people or to interact with them or to do things with them, you know, the way that I would on any given day will only be available on that day. And that's a big time investment that I do already make when I choose to play World of Warcraft. But I have other stuff about World of Warcraft that hopefully still makes that time well spent, even when it doesn't pay off in like some kind of big social moment. And I don't know. I guess I feel like I'm not gonna get that starting Final Fantasy. I know I don't have to defend myself to you, but that's my big thoughts about why I'm not starting another MMO. Yeah. I don't know, I guess I could try, like, I like listening to, like, lore videos and stuff while I eat or while I go to sleep or things like that. Oh, hey, the messenger actually, like, flew all the way here. That's cool.
Yes?
The serpent messenger gives a message to Apothecary Zamar. Apothecary Zamar smiles. Agatha sent word of your coming, Lutari. Although my heart beats no longer, I still feel sorrow for the spirits of Stone Talon. The Forsaken are eager to offer what help we can.
Victory for Sylvanas.
To rid Stone Talon of the Venture Company, we must take extreme measures. Extreme, but without bloodshed. A colleague of mine may have just the tool we need. His name is Leiden. He dwells in the town of Tarren Mill on the Hillsbrad foothills in the distant land of Lordaeron. To reach Hillsbrad, travel by Zeppelin to our capital, the Undercity. Then go north to Tirisfal Glades, southwest to Silverpine, and south to Hillsbrad. Seek Leiden and bring him this note. It details our needs to him.
Beware the living.
Yeah, but, you know, people joke in WoW that, like, transmog, which is the alter your armor appearance system, is the real endgame of WoW, so that makes sense. I think, like, if the story is good and the lore is interesting, like, even if there's to some extent that I'm, like, spoiled on it-ish, I would be more likely to, like, want to try it, because I have decided that it's interesting. I don't really know why I started watching the Zelda lore videos, but that's part of it. Oh, someone got hit by a guard. Rip. Alright, I think that is gonna is gonna be it for me for today. Thank you for the best stream yet. Yeah, I think it came at the right moment. I got interested also in, like, the progression of kind of major influential video games, and Legend of Zelda feels like that within fantasy gaming spaces. Thank you very much. I'm not sure who all is still here, but I like to stream I like to raid at the end and hang out for just a tiny bit. So we're gonna go ahead and go say hello to Angry Mouse, who was with us earlier. Thank you also to everyone who followed. I gained 4 followers today, which is huge. I'm at 15 of my goal of 20. The next goal will be 26, but we'll try to celebrate 20. Maybe we can get 20 for 20 years of WoW tomorrow. That would be cool. Let's see. Where is my raid button? All right. I have found it. All right. We are gonna get going. Thanks again for hanging out today. And, I'll catch you tomorrow. I'll be around, from midday on in Pacific, and, hoping to see folks again. Let's raid! Here we go!